Association of China. So thanks for his explanation about China's inspiration for international collaborations. So next, we would like to invite Mr. Jaran Kabaladia. He is the Executive Director of the Depot Foundation and the head of the Geneva Internet Platform. And I think many of us, actually, I know him for a long time. So now I pass the time to Jaran. Are you ready, Jaran? Can you unmute yourself and share if you have a PPT, you can share your PPT. Hello? Hello, Jaran? I have unmuted you. So, okay.
Okay, right now it's okay.
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 Is he online? No, I think I have. Yeah, I'm all right, but we are waiting for Jaran.
Yeah, Joanne, please.
Please, where are you? Okay, if not, okay, we see you now. Hi. It's your time.
Joanne.
It's your time. Yeah.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, okay. Good morning. It's a pleasure to address a traditional workshop organized by you, and I'm honored to be today with you here, addressing a really pressing issue of our time, and the question of interplay between digitalization and elderly. And as previous speakers indicated, this is both important issue and exactly in this nexus between demographic aspect of growing elderly population in quite a few countries worldwide, and the question of digitalization, we should discuss some solutions and advance the overall awareness and policy process in this field. What I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to focus on the two elements. One is more optimistic and one is, let's say, not pessimistic, but possibly reason for concern. Let me start with the more optimistic aspect. In the Internet Trends research in New Zealand between 2007 and 2015, they identified that elderly's awareness about use of the internet raised from 25% in 2007 to 60% in the 2015. And there are some recent researches that this trend increased and accelerated during pandemic time. Therefore, we have more and more, if we can call it, internet-savvy elderly generation. And it is happening all over the world. There are quite a few examples. One example is definitely Taobao College for Seniors that was launched in Hangzhou, headquarters of the Alibaba. And there are hundreds of elderly students who are basically following this academy. We also have the more and more initiatives. For example, WHO launched the special data portal on elder health and well-being. In the United Kingdom, there is a new discussion about strategy to elderly and as a part of marginalized community or communities which are not in the mainstream digital developments. Therefore, we have all over the place in countries worldwide, we have new initiatives addressing the question of elderly. In some cases, like in India, there is a special pension scheme which provide pensioners with easier access for health, for their pensions. Therefore, there are many practical initiatives. But since we are at the Internet Governance Forum, let us see what can be done on international level. First, it is important always to start with the available documents, soft law documents or the hard law documents, and one of these documents is the recommendation F790 by the International Telecommunication Union. And this recommendation aims to enhance accessibility of information and telecommunication technology for older people and people with disabilities. This recommendation offers general guidelines for development and distribution of telecommunication equipment, software, and access to telecommunication services. But elderly people should benefit also from all policy initiatives for people with disabilities, as they tend to increase certain disabilities like eyesight, like hearing disabilities, tactile disabilities. Therefore, they can benefit more from that side, including development of websites to be user-friendly, font size, contrast, and the other elements. Therefore, we can expect that, for example, this ITU recommendation should be mainstreamed in other bodies that deal with elderly issues from the human rights perspective, standardization, economic, health, and social perspectives. And there are more and more initiatives worldwide focusing on elderly in the context of the UN economic commissions, in particular Economic Commission for Europe and Asia, in the context of the Human Rights Council, as I mentioned already, ITU, and technical standardization bodies, IETF, Triple World Wide Web Consortium, and other bodies. Therefore, what we have to do is to follow these developments on international scale and try to see what can be done to coordinate them from national governments' perspective to international organizations' perspective and technical and standardization bodies. Therefore, your initiative to discuss this today is very timely to take the stock of the current dynamics and to see what we can do ahead of us in order to increase, to accelerate these developments and ensure that this segment of our society, elderly, has rights to access in digital developments and digital growth. And that's a concrete example of ultimate aim of inclusion for all, digital inclusion for all, which is proclaimed in Digital Compact and other leading documents of the United Nations. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. For your insightful speech. Thank you very much. And I hope you can keep it online, and maybe someone will have some questions with you later. And now the Xiao Caiwei, member of party leadership group of the National Working Commission of Aging, Vice President of China National Committee of Aging, to give us a speech. 肖准，请您讲。
好，谢谢主持人。我先把这个屏幕共享一下。
可以的，屏幕已经共享了。
Sorry, I'm not so skillful. 可以看到这个屏幕，但是我要
用幻灯片放映，您点幻灯片放映那个，左上角啊。对，再往上一点，应该往上一点，对。
现在可以了吗？看得见吗？
可以看见。从头开始，您点从头开始。
OK， 好的，好，谢谢主持人，尊敬的徐峰副局长，好，秘书长，各位专家，各位嘉宾，大家下午好。很高兴参加这次研讨会，和大家共同分享和交流 老年人的数字权利及数据安全问题。借此机会，我谨代表中国老龄协会向研讨会的顺利召开表示热烈祝贺。近10年来，中国推动网络强国、数字中国建设取得了重要进展和显著的成效。在此过程中，中国高度重视互联网数据
attaches great importance to
和数据
the
安全。
data rights as well as data security of the
相
internet
继
users.
发布了《中华人
And
民
we
共和国
consecutively
网络
formulated
安全法》
the cyber security law
多项
of
网络
People's
安全
Republic
政
of
策
China, as well as
相
the
关标
other
准，
relevant rules and regulations, as well
对
as standards
保障老
to
年人的
protect
数据权利
cybersecurity.
和数据安全，
In order
国
to
务院
safeguard
制定
the
了
digital
关于
rights
切实解
and
决
data
老
security
年
for
人
the
运用
elderly,
智能技
the
术
State
困难的
Council
实施方案，
formulated the implementation
相关
plan
部门
on
出台了
solving the
老年
intelligent
人出行
technology difficulties for the
用
elderly,
医缴费
and also formulated
方
almost
面政策
20
文件
different
20
policies as well as documents
努
to
力解
help
决
the
老年
elderly
人面临
people
的数字鸿沟问
in
题。
their daily traveling,
三
getting
家
medical services,
电
and
信企
making
业
payment
推
to
出
try
多
to
项爱心
narrow
助
the
老
digital
工
gap
作，
for the elderly.
其中
Three,
接入
telecom carriers also
老年
initiated
客户
multiple
超
elderly
8000万
support
人次，
actions. For
开展
example,
了
One Key
互联
Connection
网
services
应用
has
适老化
served almost
替
more than
无障碍港
80
改造
million
不行
elderly.
动
At the same time, we
智慧
also
助老
have
行
a
动
lot of
党
accessibility and convenience
通过多种
campaign for the
方式
elderly people.
广泛开展老
Through
年人应
multiple
用
ways,
智能技术
we also
教育
conduct
培训，
trainings as well as
同时
all kinds of
针
workshops
对
to
涉
empower
网
the elderly people in the
网
intelligent
络诈骗
era.
问题，
Well, at
并
the
且
same time, for the internet
全
fraud
国打击
as
整
well
治
as
养老
the
诈骗
other
的专项行动，
issues, we have
在
initiated
各
many
地
different
政
kinds
府
of
和
campaigns
社
to
会各
crack
界的
down
共同
on
努
the
力下，
cheatings as well as the fraud
中
against
国老年
the
人加速
elderly.
融入
With
数
the
字社会。
concerted efforts of the government at all
截止
levels and the entire
2021年
community,
的
we
年
can
底，
see that the elderly in China
中
has been
国60岁
accelerated in
基
integrating
本
into
上
the
老年
digital
网民的
society.
规模
By the end of
已达到
December 2021,
1.19亿，
the elderly
互联
netizen
网
aged above
普及率
60 already
达
reached
到
119
73.2%，
million, and internet penetration already
老
hit
年群体与其他
43.2%.
年龄群体
The elderly
共享
population
数字化、
are benefiting
信息化成长发展，
of digitalization
能
as well
够
as
独立完
informatization
成
together with the other age
出示健
groups.
康码、
They can
或行程码、
independently show
购
their
买
house
生活
code
用
as
品
well as
和
their journey
查找
code
信
and
息
purchase
等
their
网络
daily necessities
活动的
and
老年网民的
search
比
the
例，
relevant
已
informations
经
online.
分别达到
You can see that
69.7%、
proportion of those capable elderly population already hit 69.7%, 52.1%, and 46.2%.
在数字化建设进程中，
In the process
通
of
过技术、
digitalization,
制度、文化
due to the constraints of
老年人自身
technology,
数字素养的制
rules,
约，
culture, as well as the
老年群体
digital
和
literacy,
其他年龄群体
the
在数
elderly population, comparing with the other age groups in
还
terms
存在
of
较大的差距。
accessibility as well as application of the digital
所以我们认
technology,
为，
the elderly is still lagging behind.
解决
So it
老
seems
年
that
数字鸿沟问题，
in order to remove the
应
digital
当
gap,
坚持
we have
两
to
项原
insist
则，
on two
消
principles
除3个鸿沟，
to remove three
树立
gaps
4个理念，
and to
做
set
好
up
全问题。
4 philosophies and make 5
坚持
arrangements.
2项原则，
Insist
一
on 2
是
principles.
坚持以老年人为中心的
First of all, we
基本原
insist on
则，
the elderly-centered basic
数字技术
principle
发展，真
to
正
make
服务
digital technology
全面
really
终身发
serve
展。
the comprehensive and lifelong
二
development
是
for the elderly.
坚
And the
持
second,
技术
we insist on
消除3个鸿沟。
and then remove 3 gaps.
一是消除接入鸿沟，
First of all, we
缩小
removed the
老年人
accession and connection
和中
gap
年人在接入互联网设备、
to narrow the gap
获
of
取
elderly
数字化信息资源
with the young
与服务
people
上的
in
差异。
accessing the internet
二是
equipment,
消
digital
除
information, as well
使
as
用鸿
digital
沟，
services. And
缩
second,
小
to
老年
remove
人
the gap of
与中年人
usage,
在使
to
用数字
narrow
技
the
术的
gap
方
of
式
the elderly and the younger generation
技能方面
in
的差
the
异。
way they tap into digital technology,
三
as
是
well as the
要
gap
消
of the
除
skills.
知识鸿沟，
And third, to remove
着
the
力强
knowledge
化
gap,
老年人的数字意识，
to strengthen
与
the
数
digital
字思维，
awareness, as well as
数字
digital
化学习能力，
mindset,
教老
to
年人
improve the digital literacy of the
数字论
elderly,
理规范。
and to guide the elderly abide by the digital ethics.
要树立4个理念，一是
To set up the 4
参与式
ideas
制
and philosophies, first
建
of
立
all,
包括政府、
the participatory governance.
社会、
We should
家庭
establish
等
a diversified governance
多元
structure,
共治格局，
which is composed by the government, market,
多元
society,
主体
family, as well
结
as
合的老
individuals.
年数字鸿沟治理体系
So
和
this is a
社会资深体系。
multi-player participating
二是包
digital
容、
gap governance system.
尊重
And the second
和
is the inclusive
保障
governance. We should
包
fully
括
respect
老年群体在内
and
的
safeguard
所有人群的数字需要与
the digital
技术发展的
needs
需要，
of the elderly,
营造
as well as
年
the
龄友
digital
好、
needs of all
代
the
际
age
和谐
groups
的社会
to
氛围，
create an
全面提升
age-friendly
老
and
年人数字
generational
化
harmonious
社会融合程
social
度。
atmosphere to improve the
三是
inclusion of the
全方
elderly
位治
into
理，
the digital society. And
关
third,
注全人群，
all-around governance. We pay
加强
attention to
对
all the
全年
population
龄段、全
to
区域人口
strengthen
的
the
数字思
digital
维和技
mindset
能
and
培养，
digital skill training for
实
people
施
and
可
all
持续
different
治理，
age groups. And fourth,
关注老
sustainable
年人自身
governance.
的可持
We
续
pay
发展，
attention to the sustainable development of the
数字
elderly
技术发展持续为
to make digital
老年人
technology
争权赋能。
continuously empower the elderly.
我们要做好5项安排。
And we should also make 5
第一，
arrangements.
在
First of
底
all,
层设计
in
建
terms
设
of the top-level institutional
并进一步
design,
加强法律
we should further
规划、
strengthen
政策、
legislative
标准
plan, policy,
和
standards,
规范等
as
的
well
制
as
定，
norms formulation.
不断完善老年数字鸿沟治理
Keep
的
improving
政策制度体系。
the policy and institutional
第二
system
是
for the digital
数字
gap
基础
governance
接
for
入
the elderly.
设施
And
建设层
second, in terms of the digital
进一步提升
infrastructure and
互联网
connectivity,
基础设施
we
覆
should
盖
further
率，
improve the
效率，
internet infrastructure
保障
coverage
老年
as well
人
as the
能
efficiency,
够公平享受
so that to
信息
ensure
发
the
展成果。
elderly can benefit from the
第
fruits
三
of
是在
informatization in an equally
适老
manner.
化
And
建设层面，
thirdly, in
应
terms of
创新适老技
the
术
elderly adaptability
和
development,
完善线下
we
配套
have
措
to
施相结
innovate
合，
the elderly
为
adaptive
全体老年
technology
人
as well as the combination
更
of
多
online as well as offline
便捷的
measures so
线
as
上
to
和
offer
线
more
下有机融
convenient
合的服务。
integrated services for the elderly population.
四是在信
And
息能力
fourth,
与
in
素养
terms
建设
of
层面，
information
综合使
capability
用
as well
各
as
种宣传、
literacy, we
教
should
育、
comprehensively
培
take
训等
advantage of
方
all
式，
kinds of publicity, education,
加
and
强
training approach
家庭与社会数字反哺，推
so
动
as to
技
strengthen
能
the
代际传递，
digital literacy of the family
消
as well
除
as
老年
the
人
society,
对网络信息
and to
和
promote the
智能技术的
intergenerational
开启性
digital skill transmission, to
第五
remove
是
the
在
psychological
环境
barrier
建
of
设
the
层面
elderly in
加
accepting the
强
digital technology.
对
And
侵害
fifth,
老
in
年人
terms
数
of
字
the
权益实
environmental
践的
development,
处置
we
能力，
have to strengthen
坚持
our
宣传
disposal
教
of
育、
those violations against the
依法
digital
打击、
rights of the elderly,
整治规范、
insist on
关键提
education,
发，
legislation, as well as
加大
enforcement.
针对老年人的网络电信诈
At
骗
the same
的
time, we also intensify cracking down
切实
on the
保障
telecom
老年人安全使用
fraud as
智
well
能化
as
产品，
telecom
享
phishing
受智能
activities,
化服务，
and to
为老
develop
年
all
人
kinds of
营造
intelligent
更加友
product
善的
for the
生活
elderly, so as to create a more aging-friendly society for the elderly population.
在目前信息社会和老龄
In
社
an
会
information
交织
society
的
and
时代背
aging
景下，
society,
中
against
国政
this
府
background,
通过实施网络强国
Chinese
战略
government,
和
through
以及
building China
应对
into
人
a
口老龄
strong
化国家
cyber
战略，
country and
助力
actively
老年
coping
人
with
跨越数
aging
字鸿沟，
society
确保
to
老
help
人
the elderly
其他
cross
贫
over
困
the
到
digital
共
gap
享数字经济、
to
数
ensure
字社
the
会
elderly population
和
as well as
数
the
字
other
政
age
府建设
group
成果。
can benefit from the fruits of the digital economy, digital
以上
society, and the
就是我的
digital
分享，谢
government.
谢大家的聆
This
听
is。my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
In Egypt. Okay, time is yours, Mr. Ahmed Adi. So you can start.
Professor Qian, please turn on your mic.
你们听得见我吗？What's happened? Hello? 你们听得见我吗
Professor Qian, we cannot hear you.
Why they cannot hear me? Hello? They say they cannot hear me. It's on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? 你们听得见我吗？Okay, should we start with the? Can you hear me now? What's the problem? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? We cannot hear them as well. 我们现场也听不见。We cannot hear them. Can you hear me? Should we go straight to? Can you hear me now?
in that time, it was very important to focus on main topics such as information in developed countries, including Africa. Also, it was important to talk about payment solutions, big data, things, and cyberspace security issues. 7 years ago, these was the main topics regarding the internet, which is big data, how we can protect the big data, and also how we can be living in safe internet community. In the same year, in the Second World Internet Conference, Chinese President Xi Jinping put forward 4 principles and 5-point proposals on global development and the governance of internet. And these 4 principles were very important. President Xi Jinping advocated maintaining peace and security in cyberspace. And this was the first principle, maintaining peace and security in cyberspace. The second one, respecting sovereignty in cyberspace, respecting everyone's own zone in cyberspace, announced for the vision of building community with shared future in cyberspace. The fourth one, offering China wisdom and approach to the global development and the governance of the internet. This was the 4 principles mentioned by the President Xi Jinping in 2015. In that time, there's no any other leader in the world to talk about these 4 principles. And I think these 4 principles were highly important to be fulfilled. So in the last 7 years, from 2015 till now, I believe that most of the outcomes from the Wuhan Internet Conference already have been done. So please let me give you some tips about Chinese African achievements in the field of internet and digital economy transformation, including cyberspace security. Why now I am talking about the achievements. I didn't talk about the elderly problems and the internet security, because in the developed countries, if there is no internet connection, so how you can talk about their internet protection or data protection? Most of the African countries, maybe they don't have good internet connection. So that's why in the last 7 years, Chinese government, they worked together with all the African and the Arab countries and developed countries to empower their internet security and internet connection for the infrastructure of the internet. So before talking about the elderly data security, let me also give you some achievements that happened in the last 10 years between China and the African continent. Chinese companies have participated in a number of submarine cables project connecting Africa, Europe, Asia, and the 2 Americans. And it was great job. They have cooperated with major African operators in achieving full basic coverage of telecommunication services in Africa. Chinese companies have built more than half of the continent wireless sites and the high-speed mobile broadband network. Can you imagine? The total of 200,000 kilometers of optical fiber has been laid, giving broadband internet access to 6 million households in Africa, serving more than 900 million local people. African population, almost 70% of the African population was giving internet by Chinese companies, 900 million. Can you imagine this number? Till now, more than 1,500 companies in 17 cities in 15 African countries have selected the Chinese corporate partners on their digital transformation path. 29 countries in Africa have selected the smart government services solution provided by Chinese companies. The 2 sides also released the first 5G independent commercial network in the region. After China One Belt and One Road initiative in 2013, the level and the content of a China-African e-commerce cooperation continue to grow, improving the digital literacy of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises in Africa. And this also was very important to connect by the e-commerce, connecting Chinese and African enterprises, especially in agriculture products. In the same sector, in e-commerce also, there are promotion activities that have been held to help high quality products from Africa to access the Chinese market. And in the same time, this was helping a lot of local urban areas in the African continent and poor people in the African continent and the small companies to be growing very fast and export their agricultural product to China. In August 2021, last year, at the China-Africa Internet Development and Cooperation Forum, China announced its intention to formulate and implement a joint China-Africa partnership plan on digital innovation in Africa. All these efforts are designed to achieve only one thing: win-win cooperation. Winning for the both sides, to build safe community with a shared future on the internet. My dear friends, there are many efforts have been done in China-Africa digital transformation and cyberspace cooperation, but new challenges are coming out. One of the largest challenges, this fast-changing world full of technology everywhere in our life. The question now is how we can succeed to protect digital rights and data security for vulnerable groups in cyberspace, and how we can fulfill data security for the elderly and personal information protection. Can you imagine, in the last year, 2021, the global cost of cyber crime exceed $6 trillion. Meanwhile, new technologies like AI, artificial intelligence, and blockchain have proved the capability of protection in some times. So here come out the last part of this speech, which is my suggestions for the elderly and vulnerable groups in cyberspace and data security. My proposals have three parts. The first part regarding international cooperation. The second part regarding local government. So what should local government do? The third part regarding internet companies and what they should do also. In the first part, international cooperation, the first suggestion is I suggest to establish China-Africa think tank for network security and cyberspace. The think tank will be aiming to learn from China successful cases and improve the network security and technology of African and Arab countries. I think now China have a great technology in the AI, artificial intelligence, and many other technologies in cyberspace security. We need to cooperate in this field. So we need to have a think tank group. They can work to fulfill this thing. The second suggestion, start training program for elderly in internet and cyberspace security to raise the awareness and focus on the importance of data security. It is good now we are talking in the United Nations. So this should be a main target for the UN to start a training program in all over the world, especially developed countries. Calling for digital literacy and the capacity training for vulnerable groups by governments, regulatory authorities, enterprises, social organizations, universities, and research institutions. This what should...
Is to take care of your time limitation.
Okay, how long time we still have? 1 minute?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay.
One.
For only 2 minutes. For local government, each country should use simple way to let the elderly and vulnerable groups understand and learn about the knowledge of the internet and how to protect their data. Launching awareness campaign under the name of Secure Yourself on social network sites. Also, we should ensure that the voice of child rights and safety is included in all debates on the internet governance, because children and old people should never be considered as a less relevant groups of users. In China, 10% of the population is more than 65 years old. In Africa, 3.5% of the population more than 65 years old. They are a big number of people. Each country legislative authority should have clear terms and conditions for internet companies on how to use elderly and children data and personal information. Regarding the company side, the third part, internet companies should establish a humanized and easy system, especially for the elderly, and provide more dedicated services to help them in the world of the internet. Cross-border companies should understand local culture and what is the appropriate and inappropriate content, both for children, women, and elderly. So the last part is about Egypt effort. I will keep it for the question part. So I will keep my last part. If there's any question, I can talk about Egyptian effort in data security and cyberspace security. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay, great. So thank you for Mr. Ahmad Adi's sharing of the Egyptians' experience. Okay, next, let us welcome Mr. Li Xiaodong. Li Xiaodong is the founder and the CEO of the Fuxi Institution and the director of the Center for the Internet Governance at the Tsinghua University, China. Okay, Mr. Li, time is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's my great pleasure to participate in this workshop, but I hope to see you all in person instead of remotely. Fuxi Institution, we work together with Tsinghua University and also Chinese Academy of Sciences, committed to digital transformation and the development of the economy and society. And internet governance and especially data governance are our research focus and long-term concerns. Today, I will share with you my point of views on the digital right and data security of the elderly based on my research and observations. As we know, the intersection of the digitalization and aging is a new feature of this era. The development of elderly-oriented digital technologies has become a social governance issue around the globe. As the elderly is influenced by such factors as degeneration in physical function and then learning ability, in sufficiency in adapting technology and limitation in their ways of thinking, the digital divide between the elder and others is more prominent, which manifests in the following 3 aspects. I think it's a rough consensus as everybody. The first is the divide in internet access. If we're taking China as an example, the elderly aged 60 and above is the main group of non-netizens. As of June 2022, I mean this year, the proportion of the Chinese non-netizens aged 60 and above accounted for more than 40% of all non-netizens. You know, that number has reached about 150 million people. And the second is the digital divide is in the digital literacy and skills. According to the statistics published by EU, more than 25% of the Europeans aged between 65 to 74 have at least basic digital skills in 2021, while European aged between 16 to 24 account for more than 7%. The insufficient digital literacy of the elderly has had a very important negative impact on the online communication and medical services. And the third is the divide in risk recognition. Compared to the young people, the elderly is more likely to fall into the information cocoons to be induced by small or free benefits or click on the fraudulent links. Moreover, data of the elderly is more likely to be illegally obtained and abused. We have been talking about recently that the human society has begun to transit from the industrial civilization to the digital civilization. I mean, in this new era, not only a top-level system, regulations or policies is indispensable. Appropriate social capacity building, and some fundamental architecture or infrastructure is also necessary to make sure that the elderly could share the convenience of the cyberspace and the internet. But I think at least the three aspects should be considered. The firstly, most humanistic care should be reflected during the process of the policy making, equipment and application development, as well as some service innovation in the field of internet. The needs, physical and psychological characteristics of vulnerable groups, such as the elderly, should be considered to prevent them from being gradually marginalized in the digital world. Many smart devices, internet applications, and services are not friendly enough for the elderly. According to a survey conducted by a university in China, nearly more than 70% of the elderly believe that the font size, the font size and letter spacing do not conform to their physiological condition, and it is difficult to read the text clearly. Just as Director Xu has been introduced that a series of the measures have been taken by the Chinese government and the internet companies to solve such kind of problems. And secondly, more responsibility should be taken by the multi-parties in the multi-stakeholders in comprehensively to improve the digital literacy and skills of the elderly. The equation use and security of information data are the three main aspects in urgent needs to be improved from the digital literacy of the elderly, which requires the participation of the multi-parties. The intergenerational interaction of the family members is necessary, which demands the young generation to help them to improve the digital skills, give full play to the community workers, and to try to understand the digital needs of the elderly accurately, and providing decision-making basis for relevant policy making. The last is to encourage internet companies to develop and design the elderly-oriented software and applications or hardware actively fulfilling social responsibilities. Finally, more innovation on digital infrastructure of the data circulation or utilization should be conducted to enhance data security. I think there's no essential difference between young and elder groups in terms of data security issues. What matters is that the elderly has a weaker awareness of the security protection and is more likely a victim of data abuse. Though the enhancement of the security awareness of the elderly is the core solution lies in dealing with the security risks caused by the circulation and the utilization of the data. At present, the interoperability of the data is being discussed globally, in which of the original data does not leave the data domain in realizing the interconnection of the data and the release of the data value. In my view, in the era of digital civilization, with everything connected, the best solution to improve the data security is the innovation from the very fundamental digital infrastructure to release the data value based on the privacy protection is very significant to the elderly-oriented digital transformation. Our institution have been carrying out technology research and development, and also the data operating issues since our establishment, and has made very better achievement. Now our new product, the Fuxi, knowledge base, which based on the data interpreting system, will be soon developed and released for use. We welcome you to evolve and to contribute to the data security and utilization in this new era. I think, in the end, I think the elderly internet users should never be the digital orphans. Digital age cannot be involved without their involvement. We must work together to create more confident digital life for the elderly. I think that's all of my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, and speech. And I'm very happy to hear about your presentation, because just now Dr. Ahmed Ad said that from between China and Africa's cooperation in the elderly protection, he suggests about this cooperation between the think tank first. So you are from the think tank, and I think that after you the next speaker, Professor Wang Wen, is also from a think tank. I think that maybe if we discuss about the other information and data security issues, the think tank can go ahead and have some good results. I hope so. Thank you very much. So now,
thank you.
Now let's welcome Professor Wang Wen. He's Executive Director of Chongyang Institute for Financial Study, Renmin University of China, who gave a video speech. Please.
非常感谢主办方给我这么重要的机会。
I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me such a good opportunity to discuss with you about my idea of digital rights and data security. We think that we have to adapt to the digital strategy in an aging society, because more and more people are using the intelligent instruments. However, the elderly people's awareness about information and data security are pretty weak. As a result, usually they will become the victim of the internet era. So this is not only happening in China, but also in the rest of the world. Over the past years, I've been working on digital economy and global governance. So here, on behalf of Chongyang Institute, I would like to share with you the status quo in China, as well as the countermeasures we adopted. According to our statistics, by the end of December 2021, in China, the Chinese citizens aged above 60 already reached 119 million. As a result, you can see that the elderly netizens number has been quickly on a rise. It means that the elderly netizen already become an inseparable part of all the netizens. For this group of population, they have the following characteristics. For example, they are relatively slower in accepting and be familiar with the new technology. And so how can we help those elderly people to cross over the digital gap and to guide the elderly to be more discernive and to become more capable to identify those cheating as well as the fake cases, and become literacy in this era is very important. Now there are a lot of news coverage in China, due to some reasons, the elderly are easily being cheated by those fraudulent softwares. You can see that in some scenarios, they will lose their property and their financial assets, and in the worst cases, their psychological as well as their physical healthiness will be greatly damaged. As a result, we have to, help them, prevent them from being cheated during the internet era. So this is very important. So how can we cope with these challenges? First of all, in China, we have to improve the legislation. Through legislation enforcement, we can gradually standardize as well as the safeguard legitimate rights as well as interests of the elderly population. For example, in China, we adopted a cybersecurity law. And on October the 1st, we also adopted the individual information protection law. For example, for some sensitive information, the religion, the healthy conditions, the financial account, as well as the traveling track, etc. These are the privacy as well as the information which should be protected. As a result, you can see that through legislation process, we can better protect the rights and interests of the elderly population.
Second thing is training, because for most elderly people in this fully digitized world, internet-based world, this age, they are really lagging behind. The communities, the banks, police stations, other government entities or other entities can help them by training, by preventing, blocking the fraud, online fraud, so that online scams to increase their internet literacy or to have one-on-one guidance to improve their awareness. Currently in China, we have all kinds of training opportunities for the elderly population. And in many cities, in fact, this could really be disseminated practice. And thirdly, use the younger generation to sort of digitally give back to the elder generation inside the homes, between friends, families. Younger generation has the duty to help their elder generation, family members or friends or relatives to be more internet savvy. Therefore, we need to improve their cyber literacy. This is a dynamic initiative. It will take some time and cannot be achieved overnight. And this process will help the elderly population of a country to better integrate into this digitized world. And this trend, I know, is difficult to push, but China has been doing a lot. We hope to work closely with other countries to better help elderly population reintegrated into this digitized world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Professor Wang Wen's speech. So now, sorry. Is that okay? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, thanks for Professor Wang Wen's speech and his sharing of the strategies. So next, we would like to welcome Zhang Zhengwei from the Zhengnan from the Kuaishou. She's the director of the data compliance of Kuaishou, and as you know that Kuaishou is a short videos company, and so. Ms. Zhengnan is the director of the data compliance. So, Ms. Zhengnan, you have about 7 minutes, so I pass the time to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Allow me 1 minute to share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Oh, thanks. Thank you, Professor Li. Good afternoon and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be invited to join all of you today at this conference. I would like to take this opportunity to share my thoughts on how technology companies can improve the digital rights of the elder. First, allow me to introduce who we are. Kuaishou is an inclusive digital community where users can record and share their lives through short videos and live streams. Currently, there are more than 600 million monthly active users on the platform. We strive to build an inclusive digital community where we attach greater importance to people from all walks of life as well as the underprivileged. While most people tend to focus on celebrities, we want to enable every one of us to express themselves and gain their own spotlights in the internet age with our service. And that's why we're constantly committed to improving the algorithms to direct data traffic to a wider range of users and topics. We call it the power to be seen, which also answers UN's call to leave no one behind. Then what does the aging group mean to us? Elderly forms a strong user base in Kuaishou. Not only do they enjoy abundant contents and actively interacting with others, they also become content creators on our platform, some of whom have accumulated millions of followers. For the first 6 months of this year, 1.28 million elderly people have also received income in some form on Kuaishou. And what we've done for the elderly users? Kuaishou has established a sound data security system to safeguard personal privacy and data security, including the protection of elderly's rights. We inform and demonstrate to users how we collect, store, use, share, disclose, and protect their personal information in our publicly available privacy policy, which clearly stipulates that users have the rights to manage their own personal information. We apply a series of access control and privacy enhancement technologies, such as permission management, data encryption, security audits, de-identification to protect the privacy of the users. In aging societies, all sectors are trying to protect and promote the industrial designs catering for the elderly. In September 2021, a larger font-sized version of Kuaishou app was developed and officially launched to offer a more reader-friendly version to the aging users. We have always attached greater importance to the prevention and crackdown of online fraud. Based on the characteristics of the short video industry, we have established an anti-fraud governance system of education before, blocking during, and crackdown after fraudulent events. First, improving risk control strategy, which include upgrading anti-scraping strategy, optimizing account abnormality perception model. We have built thousands of risk control models. Different groups of people are managed separately through identification of vulnerable behaviors and fraudulent intentions. And second, upgrading prevention and control technology. We desensitize user information on the product order list and increase verification measures where files generated from orders and logistics are encrypted. Third, strengthening the management of e-commerce service providers. Anomaly detection of service providers connected to our platform are conducted on a daily basis, and service providers are prohibited from storing unencrypted sensitive data. Fourth, carrying out special projects of fraud management. In July, utilizing risk control identification model, Kuaishou carried out special projects against content accounts that engaged in gift-giving scams against fans, and we penalized more than 1.25 million accounts. Fifth, raising anti-fraud awareness of users. As a live streaming and short video platform, nationwide anti-fraud publicity is also a highlight of our work. In July of this year, we launched the Fraud Intelligence Bureau platform activity, where we mobilize government affairs accounts, media accounts, and talents on the platform to share fraud cases and popularize anti-fraud knowledge in the form of news reports and videos, raising elderly's awareness of the pension fraud. And having introduced some of Kuaishou's developments and innovations, I would like to use 2 keywords to summarize how technology companies can contribute to the protection of digital rights and data security. The first keyword is innovation. With the development of the global digital economy, short videos and live streams have gradually become one of the key forms of content business model and technological innovation. Technology companies should be pursuing a balance between economic values and social values for sustainable development. The second, we cannot live without inclusiveness. Digital transformation is a megatrend. To leave no one behind in the digital era means we also need to pay more attention to the elderly, who may not be as well equipped with the technical know-how and environment to participate in the internet age, and are more likely to be targeted by unsavory actions. It is only where we have an inclusive digital community that people from all walks of life could be better off. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Nan's presentation about the Kuaiso's data compliance mechanism, which is very impressive. Okay, the next section is the Q&A and the discussion time. So I will pass to General Secretary Li Yuxiao to host it for the online question, and then I will chair the on-site Q&A. Thank you. Time is yours, Mr. Li, General Secretary Li Yuxiao.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. We noticed that many online and offline participants raise many questions. And Professor Chen and I will create more communication opportunity for you as much as possible. But please pay attention to the answer time of each question within 2 minutes. At the same time, Professor Chen also will invite you to pay attention to questions in the audio video. First, I noticed that there's some questions in the comment area, and I found that Ray Dong Ray. This question is to Professor Li Xiaodong. You mentioned that the problem of data security and privacy could be solved by applying the data interoperability system. Could you share many details about it? What is the DNS operation logical? Xiaodong, please, in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the interest on our research. You know that in the past 2 decades, cloud computing is very popular business model for the digital platform. They collect the data for the users and provide some new services based on the data utilization which they collected. So the data is stored in the platform mostly. The user have no control of the data, so protect the ownership of the data is very difficult. So, but you know, in the past years, especially in last year, that some new laws for data protection or personal information protection has announced. That means that in the future, the trend is the decoupling of the data and the applications. If we separate the data with the application, that means that the data can be used not only one applications, and also one application can use not only one data resource. So that means it is the data interoperating system to solve because we have more data to be interoperated and to merge into to support some new applications. So the data interoperate system to solve the cross-border or cross-domain connections for data. So if we separate the data from the application, that means we can protect the ownership of the data. So that's very important to make sure the data is belong to you. And I think that is the most priority for the data protection. So that's our assumption. And then we provided the solution for data identifiers to identify the data and to make sure the ownership of data and to verify who accesses the data, and including some the access with the privacy computing technologies. So I have only 2 minutes. I cannot give more detail on this. I think it's, I welcome you to have more and deeply communication with us. We can have more further discussion on this. I can give you more details. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other question from online? No. Oh, okay. So now we turn to the question. We'll pick up a question from on floor. Yeah. Any question from here? Okay. Can you pass the mic? Yeah. Can you change?
Hi, good morning. I'm Shane Tews with the American Enterprise Institute. At the very beginning, one of the presenters noted that there might be an option to have a particular hardware, like a mobile device that would be only for seniors. Can you expand on that? I think that's an interesting perspective because it means that they are self-selecting to only receive certain information by the device, if I'm understanding that correctly, which seems actually something I'd like to get my mother.
Okay, so the question is to a particular speaker or just to the whole
it was somebody brought it on early. I'm sorry, I didn't get the name of the presenter.
Yeah, it's about
the hardware device. If there's a specific hardware device that's designed for elderly use.
Okay, yeah. I think the panelists who can answer the question about the hardware application for the elderly people. Yeah. Anyone from the panel? Anyone from
maybe I can give some comment on this. So as I mentioned that there is over more than 150 million elderly people which cannot access the internet in China. I think it's just like example from China. So that the limitation for them to access the internet because of their knowledge and ability and so many factors for them cannot access the internet. So now that Chinese government encouraged the companies to develop some kind of application which should be very easily to be used by the elderly people. So that means you should make sure the hardware and the software and the application which should be very friendly to the other people, because they cannot recognize the very small text, or you need some voice recognition and some new technology to support them to access the internet and applications with very lower barriers. So there's a lot of effort on this because there's a big requirement and a big market in China.
I have a question for Dr. Joven. Okay, Dr. Joven, what do you think is the biggest challenge and difficulties facing the elderly to protect their information, personal information, and data security in this digital era? And what is your solution and the countermeasures? Please walk us a little bit through your ideas, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Jovan, would you like to respond? Jovan? Okay, so maybe we can pick up.
My name is Asif, and my question is a general question. So what efforts has China made to safeguard the older people in terms of their digital rights and digital safety? I mean, could you please, from the panel, they can just elaborate with some examples. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a question about what kind of measures China has to implement to protect the digital right of elderly people. Anyone from the panel would like to respond?
Could I answer this question or respond to this question?
Yeah, please.
好，感谢这位代表嘉宾的。
Thank you for raising this question.
关于这个中国政府或者中国采取
The
的
question
措施来
is about
让老年
what kind of measures has been adopted by China or the Chinese government to safeguard the digital rights of the elderly.
刚才在我的介绍当中啊，
In my presentation,
提到了我们中国政府
I mentioned that Chinese
保障
government
互联网用户的数据传输
attaches great
安全
importance to safeguard the digital safety of the internet users.
在立法的层面，
In
中国
terms of
通过
legislation,
网络安全法、
China
数据安全
adopted
民法典、
cybersecurity law,
个
digital
人信息
security
安全
law,
法等法律，
and individual information protection law.
还制定了比如
While at the
AP
same time,
违法违规收集
China also
个人信息行为认定办法、
formulated some of the rules and regulations,
数据
for
安全
example, how
管
to
理办法
identify the
等
irregularities
20多
for
项的
apps
规范和
in,
要求。
in collecting personal information. There are more than 20 different kinds of rules and regulations.
下面呢，我举几
And
个例
now,
子，
I also can give you
关
some
于保护
examples
老年人互联网用户
which
数
is
据权利
about
和数据安全的例子。
protecting the elderly's digital rights and digital security.
比如我
For
们
example,
国务院、中央政府啊，也就是
the State
印发
Council
了
and the central
关于切实
government
解决老年人运用智能技术困难的实施方案。
formulated the implementation plan on helping the elderly population in dealing with
我们的
technical
相关政府部门、
difficulties
国家发展改革
in the
委、
internet era. The relevant government
国家
authorities, for
卫生
example,
健康委
NDRC,
还
as
牵头
well
成立
as
了
National Health
部级
Commission,
的联席会议机制，
jointly
推动了相关
organized
部
a
门
ministerial
出台
working
老年
committee
人出行、
promoting
医
relevant
费等方面
efforts
的
on
文件
facilitating
20
the
多个，
elderly's traveling as well as the other daily
在
activities. There are almost
全国范
20
围
different kinds of documents
遴选推荐利用智
nationwide.
能技术服务老年人示范的
We
案例，
also selected some good demonstration
各地
projects
积极
of
主动的
using digital
解决老年
technologies
面临的
to
数字空间
empower the elderly. And we also help the elderly population to
再比如，
get over those digital divide or digital gap.
我们工业和信息化部
Another
为
example,
了中国3家
MIIT
的基础电信企业
also organized the
多
three
项
telecom
爱心助
carriers
老的举措，
to
其中
launch different kinds of
一键接
elderly
入
support measures. For example,
累计服务了
one is
老人
called
客户超过
One
8000万人
Key
次，
Connection, a one-touch connection. This has
还有
served more
其他一
than
些举
80
措，
million elderly population. There are also other measures.
比如公安部
For example,
在
the
交
Ministry
通
of
安
Public
全综合服务
Security
平台开
on
通
the
委托亲
transportation
属
security
网上
platform
代办功能和
has
12123
opened
语音服务热线
the，function for the elderly people to entrust their relatives to
人力资源
deal
和
with
社会保
the
障部
affairs
的
on the
政务
platform.
服务平
And they
台
also opened a
官
hotline
方
called
APP
12123.
掌
And
上
there are also some official
设立
apps
了老年服务的专区，
helping those elderly people. There are specific columns in
电子社保卡还推
offering
出了
specific services to the
长辈
elderly.
版
While at the same time,
新
we
福
also have the electronic social security card.
比如国家卫生健康委
And
组织开展
NHC, National Health Commission,
2021年智慧助老行动，
also organized
指
the
导各地
2021
创新
Intelligent
开展
Elderly
智慧助老
Empowerment
的优秀志愿
campaign,
服务项目评选，
and also
老年人
select the
运用
best
职能技术
performing
公益培训
volunteers
等活动。
while serving the elderly people.
教育部引导
The
各地
Ministry of
和各
Education
地的开放大学办学体
guide
系，通过各种
the
方式
universities
广
as well
泛
as
开
the
展
other
老年人
colleges
运用智能技术的教育培训。
to help those
我们还
elderly
重
people to
视
improve their
部署全国
digital
大的基
literacy,
层
to
和养
conduct
老
all
大户的
kinds of trainings as well as workshops to improve the digital skill of the elderly people.
I think Mr.
中
Xiao
央政法委
肖常
在
委
123
excuse excuse me, I think I think they cannot hear me. What's happened? Excuse me, I think Mr. Xiao Changwei, time's up because we have other forum coming up. So we have to conclude now. Okay, can I invite Secretary General Yu Xiao to conclude our workshop? And also I would like to thank you all for coming to our workshop. That's, yeah.
In today's era, it's not only a moral responsibility to make all people at the internet protect data and personal information for all groups, especially vulnerable groups, and achieve personal information protection and data security for the elderly, but also an ethical requirement for the technical technological development in the era of digital civilization. It's an important manifestation of the development of digital civilization, but also a corner for human beings themselves, so that digital civilization and the digital construct can be better explored and realized, extend the value of human life. We also call on the international community to build a concerted consensus on the data security and the personal information protection of the elderly and workers. We welcome the active participation of all parties. So thank you all again for your active participation this time. Look forward to meeting you again next year. Thank you all. Thank you.
Tomorrow morning. 1 a.m. Oh, I'm tomorrow night too. Are you here all tomorrow? Oh, tonight. Tonight at 1 a.m. Okay, great. I will check in with you later. I have to go teach my class. Okay, you can. I will WhatsApp you. Okay, all right.
Recording in progress. Hello. I'm actually using my brother's Zoom account. Is it possible for me to change my name?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Hi, Lily. Good morning, good afternoon. I don't know. But yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Technical stuff. Recording in progress. You just can click on the three dots on your screen when you see the picture. You can click on the three dots, and it will appear the option rename, and you can
Moderating this panel with me is João Coelho, also from Malena Institute, who's keeping up with the discussion online as well. And acting as a reporter online, we have Julia Mendonça. Good morning, Julia, from Data Privacy Brazil Research, organization which is co-hosting this workshop with Alana. And here on site, we have Thais Rugolo, also from Alana. So to warm up a little the discussion we're proposing, I'd like to present some context elements, starting with the predominant business model in the digital services, which has from the past years been based in massive data collection for profiling users and targeting them with personalized ads. A recent report launched by Human Rights Watch points out that most edtech apps and platforms are also inserted in this data economy model. Many of them collect student data and sell it to third parties, such as the data brokers, exploring the personal data collected against child best interests. If this tech industry has been rapidly growing, the COVID-19 pandemic pushed it even forward, as it forced governments and schools all around the world to adopt remote learning strategies, which were led up all students, including children. At the same time, children's rights standards vocalize their right to full education and their right to having their data handled according to their best interests. The consideration of children's student data as an asset, however, is largely unregulated, especially in the Global South, where data protection regulations in general are still incipient. Stemming from this scenario, we need to discuss how the current predominant tech model affects students' privacy as well as alternatives that are more respectful to their rights. So to kick things off, I'll give the floor to Hai Jung Han, the researcher responsible for the important report named How Dare They Peep Into My Private Life from Human Rights Watch. So Han, thanks so much for being here today. Could you start giving us a kind of overview of the edutech industry and privacy invasion reality? Please, you have the floor and 10 minutes.
Wonderful. Can I just do a quick mic check to make sure everyone can hear me and see me okay? Thumbs up? Okay. Wonderful. So, hi everyone. It really is an honor and pleasure to be here with you today. And as you know, over the past few months, and soon in the next few months, millions of students have and will return to school in a new academic year. And they're largely using technology that was adopted during the pandemic. So just a few months ago, we at Human Rights Watch published a blockbuster investigation on how these education technologies, otherwise known as EdTech, endorsed by 49 governments for kids to use during the pandemic. And because we looked at 49 of the world's most populous countries, our research ended up covering the majority of kids in the world who had some access to internet and a device. And the other thing that I'll quickly note is that I began this research deliberately a year after the pandemic first started, so in March 2021. And the reason for this was that we weren't looking to penalize governments who are trying to make the best of decisions in the worst circumstances. Open the code of a companies around the globe. And I was really trying to answer 3 questions. The first, to figure out what kind of data these products were collecting about kids. The second, how they were collecting it. And then the third, to see who they were sending kids' data to. So what I uncovered really was shocking, even to me. In the rush to connect kids to online classrooms, every government except for one authorized the use of at least one online learning product that surveilled children online, outside of school hours, and deep into their private lives. For the first time, we now have evidence, technical evidence, that the majority of these online learning products used around the world harvested data on who children are, where they are, what they're doing both inside and outside of their online classrooms, who their family and friends are, and what kinds of devices that their families could afford for them to use. Some of these products actually digitally fingerprinted children in ways that were impossible to avoid or get rid of without throwing the child's device away in the trash. And this last point really bears repeating. The fact that these online learning websites and apps, again, designed for kids and for online learning, were using such sophisticated tracking techniques to the point that even if you were the world's foremost information security expert and you wanted to protect your child, there was really no way to protect yourself or your child from this kind of surveillance. That's how disproportionate and insidious this was. So then to get to the third question of who they were sending kids' data to, most of these products sent kids personal, sensitive information to advertising tech companies. These companies analyze this kind of data to guess at who a child might be, to predict what they might do next, and crucially, how they might be influenced. And so by using children's data extracted from them in educational settings, to then target them with personalized content and ads that track and follow them across the internet, these companies not only distorted kids' online experiences, but they also risked influencing their opinions and beliefs at a time where they might be highly influenced. So let me give you an example, a concrete example of what all of this means. In the course of my research, I had the amazing opportunity to work with Rodan. He is the bubbliest 9-year-old you will ever meet, and he lives in Istanbul, in Turkey, with his family. And with his consent and with his mom's consent, I got to follow him during a regular school day online. And I watched him as he logged into class at the beginning of his day, and he waved hi to his teacher and his friends. And I saw him fall asleep while watching a math video and try to upload his history homework on a social media platform and just go throughout his day. At the same time, I saw what was happening behind the scenes. Within milliseconds of Rodon logging into his platform to say hi to his teacher, swarms of trackers immediately hooked onto him and began recording every single tiny bit of behavior that he was doing. The platform that he used to upload his homework started collecting his geolocation data. And to put that into simple terms, this app was collecting Rodin's precise coordinates. And taken over time, if you'll remember, all of us were under lockdown in our various countries at home, and kids especially were not traveling outside of their home. So this app over time could not only figure out where Rodin lived, but actually where he spent most of his time during the day, which in his case was his family's living room. That's how sensitive and precise the kind of data that these online learning products were collecting about this child. So now that I've scared everyone about some of the findings of this work, what was particular about this piece of research was that it showed for the first time that children were really forced to pay for their education with their privacy. And children and parents were largely kept in the dark. You know, everyone operated in a kind of blind faith that governments were choosing products that were safe for kids to use. But it actually turns out that governments themselves violated kids' rights. 39 governments built products and websites and apps themselves that violated kids' rights in some way. And not only that, some governments made it compulsory for students and teachers to use their product, which then made it impossible for kids to protect themselves by opting for an alternative, even if they knew what was going on. And I think that's also the critical point here, is that these products did not allow students to decline to be tracked. Most of this monitoring happened secretly without the child or their family knowing or consenting. And to make matters even worse, all of this took place in educational settings where kids and parents couldn't give meaningful consent, because in order for you to attend school or to be marked as attending school that day, you had to use the EdTech product or website or app that the school told you to use. And it was impossible for kids to opt out of surveillance without opting out of school and giving up on learning altogether during the pandemic. But there is a way out of all of this. It is indeed possible to deliver online learning to kids without compelling them to give up their privacy. And I think we'll hear a little bit about that from the other panelists in the session. And I will just conclude by saying that as a result of this work, we are calling on all countries and governments to pass child data protection laws, because it's not the responsibility of a child or a parent or a teacher to know how to protect themselves. It's the responsibility of governments to keep both governments and companies accountable to how they handle kids' privacy and ultimately to be able to protect them online.
Thank you once again for joining us and for giving us insight on it. It really goes to show that this is a global issue that we all need to address, and I think there's no better place for us to address it than the IGF. So thank you very much again. I will immediately give the floor to our next speaker, who is joining us online as well. He is Professor Rodolfo Avelino from INSPER. So Rodolfo, I hope you can hear us. If everything is fine, the floor is yours. And if you can give us a little insight, considering your technical background on how those business models operate and on how those tracking mechanisms work on EdTech apps, that would be really amazing. So thank you for joining us. I know it's still very early in Brazil, so the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, and hello everyone. And I shared my screen. 1 minute, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a problem for sharing my screen. And yeah, maybe I need to restarted my application Zoom.
We are seeing your screen.
Yeah.
We can see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We can see it. Take care.
Wonderful. Wonderful. You see my presentation?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
No, it is.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
And first of all, I would like to apologize for any further mistake about my English. I have been studying to improve it. And appreciate the invitation to participate in this event. I am Rodolfo Avelino, professor and specialist in cybersecurity. Oh, thanks. No, not yet. And I carry out research related to privacy and surveillance. I have been researching web behavior tracking technologies and the increasing reliance on personal data for the past few years to sustain a data-driven economy. In the sense, seeking to understand this complex phenomenon, I have been developing a theory that evolves from a first look at the concept of data colonialism by Cowdery and Mejias, and advances to a broader theory of digital colonialism, very much in line with Michael Kwet. My definition of digital colonialism is, and digital colonialism can be analyzed from the technological imprisonment in the digital ecosystem of electronic devices, network protocols, infrastructure of the cloud computing, and the programming language. This ecosystem is the path that allows internet to communicate, transfer, and process personal data, systems, and services. It is intrinsically connected with the big tech's monopoly, which influences the technological and services standards about new people. It is still possible to evaluate this process through notions of imperialism and the rapid growth of asymmetrical power relations, especially in the United States and China. It was intensified in the 90s, mainly with the popularization of the personal computers, the internet, and cell phones. During this period, the nucleus responsible for expanding digital colonialism around the world, Silicon Valley, also emerged. Headquarters of the main companies that have custody of the largest personal databases in the world, Silicon Valley, located in California, was made possible thanks to the intense public funding of research and infrastructure from the US government. The traces produced by cyber-mediated transactions sustain most of the big tech's revenues. In the business model, the information collected about our behaviors is the fundament how materials for algorithm to predict what will do in a series of situations. For this economy keep growing, corporations need to expand the extractions of their raw materials, that is data collections. For this, large companies such as Google, Amazon, and Facebook have created a strategy to expand the offer of new services, most of which are free and users do not need to pay cash to use them. However, they need allow companies collected and use your data. It is in this context that Google, for example, started to develop productions and services for the most diverse purposes. Nowadays, we have browser, search engine, email, cloud storage, GPS, online translator, video platforms, and the stream of music, among others. The more services and the productions available, and the more Google is able to collect varied data to later use in these business strategies, increasing its power over comparatives and the profitability. The mailing ambitions for personal data by the big techs indicates that it is in the main fuel for the expansion of their business, based on growth, and the expansion based on the capitalist centricity in data. They do not restrict themselves to their core business, and incited seek to increasingly expanding the extractions of data from different sources. Alphabet, for example, was originally founded as a search engine company in 1998 under the name Google, and has historically looked for opportunities for new acquirers to expand its data collections capabilities. In 2015, the company created a holding company called Alphabet, and since then, in addition to controlling Google, it has been diversifying its business far beyond search engines. Alphabet has become one of the largest technology conglomerates in the world. The table below presents some acquisitions carried out by Alphabet in the last decades. It is possible to observe that it is expanding its business diversity from different types of data together. For example, no problem. For example, company Nest, type of business, smart home productions. Google acquired Nest in 2014. Other example, company DoubleClick, ad serving and management solutions. And Google acquired DoubleClick in 2008. Looker, business intelligence and data analysis softwares, 2019. Other company, Waze, mobile navigations. And Fitbit, fitness devices and app. Google acquired Fitbit in 2021. In this table that I developed, I tried to compare the characteristics of the layers of the TCP/IP model, the layers of internet governance, the main models of cloud computing, and finally where each of the main platforms are working. It's possible to observe that Amazon and Google are present in all layers of the internet. To conclude, the processing of the student data flows follows the same logic of having other types of data that can enrich the large database of these corporations. This slide presents a survey carried out in South America by the University of Pará, which analyzed which universities have the email services of big techs. More than 78% of universities in South America host their emails on big tech services. Finally, most of them are hosted on Google services. And within my thesis is where digital colonialism has been concentrated in this company. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rodolfo, for bringing this perspective of digital colonialism to our discussion. It's really important that we understand the power dynamics between the North and the Global South to really get a full grasp of the debate. So I thank you again. And we're going straight ahead to our next speaker who's joining us on site. It's Marina Meira from Data Privacy Brazil Research Association. Marina, thank you so much for joining us and for co-hosting and co-organizing this panel with us. It's a pleasure to have you here as always. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Is it? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Thank you, João. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And good morning, good night. Well, I think from Brazil it's good night. So hello, everyone. So as João said, I'm Marina Meira. I'm the head of projects of Data Privacy Brazil Research Association. We are a nonprofit civil society organization based in Brazil, as the name says, that promotes the protection of personal data and other fundamental rights in the face of the emergence of new technologies, social inequalities, and power asymmetries. I'm a lawyer by training, and I'm also the coordinator of the working group on data and childhood of the Commission for the Defense of Children's Rights from the São Paulo division of the Brazilian Bar Association. So I've been working with this topic of the defense of children's digital rights, including those before the edtech industry, for quite a while. And my work has been based within two premises in these last years. So the first one is the need to centralize all actions around the concept of the best interests of the child. And I'll get more into that soon. And the second one, the second premise, arises from the fact that children cannot be treated as a monolithic group. So in my case, that means going deep into the particularities of the Latin American context and on how that affects the relationship between children and technologies in general, and children and the edtech industry in particular. And when I talk about this context, I want to highlight how Latin America, also as part of the Global South, is marked by profound inequalities. The access to the internet and to technologies is still far from being universal. There's a large number of mothers, fathers, and families who did not have access to digital literacy or who have several jobs in order to sustain their homes and therefore cannot support their children while they use devices and digital platforms, educational or not. In the case of Brazil, also more specifically, it is also a context in which zero rating policies are in place in the favor of big techs, what turns WhatsApp and Facebook, for example, to largely widespread means of communication also among children from a very early age. Unfortunately, also my home country's federal government conducted murderous policies during the pandemic, which actively left thousands of children orphaned, increased the child learning deficit, and impoverishment of the entire population. At the same time, in this emergency pandemic scenario, we saw big techs reaching out to education ministries and secretariats in Brazil, not only, but to offer them their products for free. But well, as we've been talking today, and as Han and Rodolfo presented, we know that this for free actually serves their interests, and I mean the industry interests in many matters. So keeping all that in mind, I want to start addressing, as the lawyer of the panel, one of the lawyers, the question of why exploiting children's data and students' data commercially is a problem. And it is problematic, it is problematic as a whole, but especially in the educational context. And to start this conversation, I think we can all agree, I hope we can all agree, that we want all children to fully access education, and we want this education to be actually emancipating to them. So first, this commercial exploitation has a purpose issue. The reason why we use technologies in school is supposed to be, in my view, to support the development of an emancipating education for all students. And this goal is in no way related to mass surveillance or to the use of student data to targeted advertising. On the contrary, there is a clear purpose deviation. So these opaque and, after all, profitable intended data handling practices are a sign that children's rights to education is being captured by harmful technologies as they are reinforcing their insertion into the attention and data economy in general. This pairing of the ad tech industry with the attention economy and targeted advertising industry, as it's clear from Hans' research, has been promoting a clear violation of the students' rights to privacy and to the protection of personal data as well. And on top of that, as also Rodolfo started mentioning, it promotes children's behavioral manipulation, and to an extent that we're still unaware of, neither in terms of present nor future, and neither in terms of individual nor collective impacts. And how is that so? So children are beings who are going under a developmental stage. They need to be able to make mistakes and learn from those mistakes, and also to experiment throughout this development in order to understand and mold their own personalities. I mean, who hasn't had a face when you were younger and that you now look at and you're like, oh my God, what was I doing? So the logic behind the database business model and the attention economy in general, well, also totally linked to this surveillance and commercial use of data, is mostly based on profiling techniques that will aggregate people with similar interests into groups, and will then constantly target these people the type of content that is understood to be interesting for them. And then the content here, I mean ads, which are really problematic when we think of children being targeted with ads, as children are vulnerable to ads in general, but also, I mean, content in general, as Rodolfo also mentioned. I mean, after all, the idea of the database business models is that is adopted by most digital platform, and unfortunately is being fed by the ad tech industry, is to sell advertising, but also to make the platforms display so apparently interesting and therefore keep all people online for as long as possible, so that more data is learned about them, is collected, and the targeted content can get even more precise. And when it comes to children in particular, this purpose of keeping them online and onto their devices for as long as possible so that the attention economy cycle can keep on turning relates to a problem of addiction to screens. I mean, as children are beings who are going under developmental stages, learning to deal with their desires and instincts, they might have a tougher time, and I mean, I'm saying tougher because us adults already have a tough time sometimes, resisting dark patterns and addictive platform traits, and that can impact directly on children's mental health. I mean, we do know that the content of most digital platforms is not appropriate to children, and also impact on children's physical health, like it can be related to eyesight problems or to a more sedentary lifestyle, for example. And the problem is still much broader than this. The need for children to experiment on their personalities is completely undermined by the attention economy and its profiling and aggregation data techniques. In the end, what we see today is that the content that reaches children online and therefore will influence their personality shaping is to some extent being dictated by private and commercial interests. So besides behavioral manipulation, this aggregation and specific content targeting can also reinforce discrimination. I mean, for example, we know that the advertising industry is still sexist and reproduces gender stereotypes. Usually, I don't know, we see a lot in Brazil, for example, ads targeted to children, but then when it's to boys, it's cars and adventurous toys. And when it's to girls, we see, for example, little kitchens and stoves. So that is also an issue related to all this industry. And well, the problem is, I mean, there are a lot of problems with that, but the problem is we're letting the ad tech industry be a part of this. And if that's not scary and the absolute contrary of what an emancipating education means, then I don't know what is. And as Han did, I don't want to wrap up in a pessimistic way, so I want to start raising some possible paths on how to move forward and tackle this craziness, especially from a regulatory point of view. So first of all, I understand that in order to face this problematic current scenario of the edtech industry, we need to understand that the protection of children's rights will only be actually reached once it's shared among all of society. So much is often said about families being responsible for educating children to use digital devices and services, but we have to remember those inequalities I mentioned at first. So families who don't have access to the internet, families who haven't had digital literacy training, or families who were devastated in the pandemic. Families, of course, they should support children in the use of edtech apps as much as possible, but that cannot be all. We cannot stop the talk there. Also because depriving children from education is not an option, as Han also mentioned. So we need to think about how states choose edtech app tools to be adopted in public education, and how schools themselves choose tools to be adopted in the private sector, education especially. And we need to address the responsibility of the private sector as a whole. And then I mean the edtech companies themselves, but also the companies from other sectors which are buying students' data from them and profiting on students' data in general. That said, when addressing the responsibility of states, schools, and the private sector, we need to bring the concept of the best interests of the child to the table. And that's not me, Marina, saying, it's the UN's Convention of the Rights of the Child, which is the most ratified international treaty in the whole world. It says clearly that all actions that directly or potentially affect children must be undertaken in order to fulfill their best interests. And what does that mean in practical terms? So the UN's Committee on the Rights of the Child tells us that in its General Comment 14, which explains that the best interests of the child is a threefold concept. First of all, it's a substantive right. So children have the right to have their best interests fulfilled and prevail over other interests, any other interests. And if the edtech industry is favoring its profits over children's rights to an emancipating education, children's rights to informational self-determination, and to a free development, children's best interest is not being fulfilled. Second, the concept is a principle to be evoked whenever a legal provision is open to more than one interpretation, and necessarily the one that most effectively serves the child's best interests should be chosen. And last but not least, children's best interests also unfolds as a rule of procedure. Whenever a decision is to be made that will affect children, the decision-making process must include an evaluation of the possible impact of that decision on the children concerned. When it comes to the edtech industry, that can be translated into the obligation for states, schools, and definitely the edtech industry itself to conduct impact assessments before developing or deploying technologies that will handle students' data. That in order to assure that risks to children's rights, well, students as a whole, but we're focusing on children, will be mitigated and their best interests will be fulfilled. And that can only be assured if the impact assessment is conducted through a strict methodology with the participation of all those involved, including children themselves. And if someone wants to go deeper into this conversation, please come find me, because we're developing a study on that at Data Privacy Brazil. So to wrap it up, this best interest framework is international, and we should all seek for instruments that assure it. But that's not all. We also need to address the need for local regulation to be put in place for the edtech industry, which is mostly unregulated in a specific way throughout the world. And we need regulations that impose concrete rules to assure student protection, accountability to the industry, children's best interests, of course, and we need regulation that directly dialogues with local peculiarities. So that's it as the first round, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marina, for explaining so beautifully how these business models collide with best interest. Like you said, the best interest of the child is one of the main considerations, one of the main guiding principles of the UN's Convention on Children's Rights. So it is absolutely imperative that we take it as a serious consideration, a primary consideration, rather than an empty, abstract concept, which is what we see in practice a lot of the times when we're talking about regulation. So thank you once again. Last, but certainly not least, we have Nidhi Ramesh joining us online. Nidhi is a youth ambassador at Five Rights. She is also the creator of the Right Angle podcast, which I strongly recommend everyone checking out. And she's here representing children and teenagers on our panel. So Nidhi, I would like to reinforce once again how important it is to have you with us. There is no way that we can conduct this discussion without listening to the people that are the most affected by those issues. So thank you so much for joining us once again. And I would love to hear your perspective on the commercial exploitation of children's data and your opinions on how governments can take children's views into account when regulating those platforms and those business models. So thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. So I just want to reintroduce myself. Hi, I'm Nidhi Ramesh, and I'm a 14-year-old student. Although I'm from India, I currently live and study in Malaysia and attend a school here. And in fact, I've just come home from school and it's around 4:30 in the afternoon. So again, it's a great honor to be representing the youth on this forum. And thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it. This is such an important topic, especially from a teenager's perspective. As we've heard from all the others, it's obvious that young people extensively use technology in our day-to-day lives. Nowadays, online platforms and digital tools are available for anything and everything, whether it's for our education, music, videos, socializing, playing games, or with anything that we can think of. We are a generation who is growing up in this digitally interconnected world, and we are increasingly becoming ever so dependent on it. That is why safety and privacy online is so important. I'm particularly delighted that forums like these allow us children to participate and listen to what we have to say on topics that impact us the most. So thank you, Alana Institute, for having me here. Earlier in the year, I had the privilege of being a youth ambassador on an online panel hosted by Five Rights Foundation London, where I was part of an event discussing and launching a children's online safety toolkit for governments and institutions. The opportunity to share ideas on how we could make online safe for kids with leaders from the African Union and European Union was indeed eye-opening. It was also a privilege to be on the same stage with Prince Harry and to listen to his views on how everyone could play a role in keeping children safe online. This IGF forum, and this topic in particular, on children's data privacy while using educational apps, is quite aligned to the overall safety of children online that I was engaged with. Now, before I begin, I just want to say that I'm definitely not a professional, and what I say is based on my opinion and what I think. So, of course, as someone who has just turned 14 last month, I should admit that my friends and I use digital platforms extensively. Everywhere I go, I see children on mobiles, iPads, and devices. The pandemic, I believe, has especially accelerated this, and online access has become not just common, but an essential part of whatever we do daily, inside and outside of the classroom. For example, I use an online platform called Anchor to host my podcast, The Right Angle. The beauty of this online tool is that it reaches listeners in over 40 countries instantly. It's so easy to use, and I've been using it for 3 years now. I also write and have authored 2 books. Here again, when I wanted to publish them, the first thing that came to my mind was publishing these online. Getting it out on an online platform, like a digital ebook on Amazon Kindle, was the easiest, fastest, and cheapest option I could think of. Through this, my books are now available on every corner of the world for people to read. I also have my own website that I use to publish my work online. We, as this generation, also use social media, educational websites, language apps on our mobile phones, etc. We also use digital platforms like Google Classroom to access school lessons, attend classes, share notes, do homework, etc. Using online tools is a key part of who we are and how we go about our day-to-day lives. And this, I'm sure, is the case with most kids around the world. Of course, all of this sounds great and very useful, but what we have increasingly realized is that these very companies who provide such wonderful solutions are providing these purely for their own commercial gains. Just imagine all the tools I talked about: Anchor, Kindle, Wix, Google, social media sites. Almost all are seemingly free to use and also require very little parental permissions online. So there should be a trade-off in terms of what they are getting from us children while providing us with these services for free. It is all our data that is being recorded and used for further commercial gains, to the extent of which they are going that has no limits and sometimes can be extremely dangerous, especially when it comes to data that is private and personal. So these so-called online tools and educational apps can capture children's locations, their personal details, their usage patterns, their other interests, their preferences, eating habits, contacts, and even data on their devices that may be totally unrelated to what the tool is even being used for. Anything we click is being recorded. Our pictures, our conversations, our texts, everything. The question really is, how are these organizations utilizing our digital footprint and the data captured while we use their apps and platforms? Technology companies do argue that they have sought the permissions through their elaborate terms and conditions, but practically who reads that 10-page long list of T&Cs? And most children aren't aware of what the implications are on what they read and accept in the terms and conditions. I can't remember the last time when I fully read and understood any T&Cs and the consequence of that. Even we see adults not reading these, leave alone children. In a way, forcing users to accept the T&Cs is the best excuse for companies to capture all what they want. There are instances where data is leaked or even sold to third-party companies to sell related products, send spam emails, or further use this data for totally unrelated purposes than what was initially intended when users subscribed for those apps. The data could haunt the children after many years. They could also get into the wrong hands for online abusers to reach children and hurt them. They may be used to hack and defraud accounts that are linked, etc. Trolling, shaming, and abusing are some of the examples we've seen off late. I am sure we are talking about this important topic because the answer to providing safety is not easy and straightforward. The ownership of companies and the internet goes beyond national boundaries, and not all platforms can be brought into the same rule of law and make them accountable. This makes it even more complicated. Of course, the first and foremost way to protect children online is to be aware of what data they provide and whether these apps that they use are putting their data in unwanted hands. Check the company's reputation, reviews, take advice from parents and teachers, and check online if you're in doubt before using them. Maybe teachers should be trained in schools to help students understand how to keep their data safe. The other way is to ensure that we have the best practices enforced that puts all technology companies that offer solutions to children only take data that is relevant. This has to be mandated, or companies should face severe consequences. This is where the IGF can play a role and convince governments to enforce these universally. Governments should come together and make laws that ensure that children stay safe online and that their data is protected. As a summary, I would like to say that it's obvious that technology is not going away, and children are increasingly going to use the internet and online apps for their educational needs and other social media requirements. We have to protect our privacy, or else this will go unchecked and spiral out of hands. The internet is spreading too fast, and the people abusing the data are trying to go faster. Whatever is their motive, money or any other, we should work collectively to bring laws across national boundaries, encouraging organizations, government agencies, and international institutions like the United Nations to mandate rules that will help protect us online and our privacy. Thank you very much.
merged in the new technologies and thinks critically about it. So thank you again for this class, for teaching us that much. So unfortunately, our other panelist, Michael Canwell from Learn, a nonprofit organization which provides resources and services to the educational community of Canada, had a technical problem with his internet and is not able to be here today. The idea was to listen him about other inspiring possibilities to be used as alternatives to the tech industry. Hope we have other opportunities. I know you have. Now we have half an hour, I think. No, less than this. Yeah, half an hour? 40 minutes? Okay, we have some time to to ask questions and bring thoughts online and on site. Who wants to start? I'm going to start here on site. Anyone here wants? Okay, here and here, please. Okay, can you? I don't know how. Okay.
Thank you. Hello. I'm Rodrigo Lopes. I'm a researcher from Brazil, and I'm also a participant in Brazil's Internet Committee Youth Program. And my question is to Hai Jung Han, and sorry if I mispronounced your name, but one of the points made in your speech that has intrigued me the most was about how all the data collection serves to the final purpose of backing up the direction of personalized advertising to children. So could you briefly speak on how this data is used to deliver this personalized content? I would like to hear more about like in what ways companies use that data to like reach to children in a more precise way. Thank you.
Okay, if the panelists are agree, we've gained together three questions, and then we return to the panelists. Is it okay? Okay.
Okay, shall I proceed? Thank you for the chance. Firstly, thank you for this briefing presentation, and it's very interesting for IGF because scenario about children and kids is very interesting for the next global citizen. So it's a very interesting issue. The first question and suggestion for, I think, Medina. Yeah. You try to present about rule and regulation, especially by GOB's governments and private companies and schools, especially policy and regulation issue. It's important actually. But my doubt is the big take is at this time is very giant and influencing global governments. So how can we working with such giant technology, because they are influencing much the global citizen and the global government and political structure. So how can we try to cooperate with such giant technology owners? The problem is because the algorithm by itself is a problem. They know the algorithm, they know how it works. So the manipulation is obvious. So how can we manage? Actually, this giant technology are the customers or the communities are even the global citizen. The contradiction is this. So how to complement the reality and the next generation? How can we handle it? As a psychologist, I try to observe such influence, like when kids and younger generation or the adolescents use social media, there are different like communication problems, like instant gratification. Is by its nature, adolescents are instantly gratified by such petty things, small things, and even they are the problem is that social anxiety, those who use social media platforms especially, and the problem of conflict resolution, and even emotional problems, like emotional intelligence problems affected by such platforms, because the algorithm by itself is addictive part. It has addictive indicator, or it promotes to use tremendously. So how can we govern these kind of contradictions? If you have any idea or any suggestion. And actually the giant technology must work with such emerging citizen, because kids are very important. They are actually their customer will be, the next customer will be these kids. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. There. Okay, may we stop with the lady there? Then we open again if it's necessary. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Temba. I'm from the Information Regulator in South Africa. So my question is, one of the speakers mentioned that it's important to also have privacy laws directly for children. Now my question is this an idea where the privacy laws for children are independent of the existing privacy regulations, where there would be a standalone, or there would be an addition to the existing, privacy laws? Because an example in South Africa is where our privacy regulation does put regulations for children's processing of the information of children. So I just need to understand if this would be an addition, or is it sufficient to have it included in the main privacy regulations? Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks. Over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate all the presenters in this session. My name is Caroline Murianki from the Communications Authority of Kenya. As part of our Child Online Protection and Safety Program, we really try to drive availability of productive solutions for young people, so that we could get a lot of content and information that young people can access and use in Kenya. However, the use of technology in terms of for education and learning has become a challenge, in that there may be need for us to understand how to balance access and privacy issues vis-a-vis protection issues. Let me just give a scenario. There are some solution providers that have approached us with the hope that we could endorse some of the solutions, but it becomes a challenge, because at what point do you say that this content should not be accessed by a child, and what should they access? Are there thresholds that have been put in place? Are there any matrices that a country could adopt, so that we could look at see whether this EdTech solution is good, or this solution is good for use by children within the learning environment or the home environment, that a regulator or a government could recommend? That is a question that would be of interest to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're going to stop here and then we open again, okay? So, Hen, would you like to start answering?
Sure.
Okay.
Wow, thank you all for all of these wonderful questions. I'm actually going to take them in from most recent to least recent, because that's how my brain works. And I'll start with both Caroline and Temba's questions. And I'm really excited to have you both in the room, because this research actually looked at, of all the 49 countries, it included South Africa and Kenya. And in both cases, both governments built their education ministries, built their own websites, which I found were violating kids' rights in some way or another. So I'd love to have follow-up conversations with you on how to better protect kids in your respective countries. Caroline, to answer your question, I think the question of appropriate content is absolutely country specific, and it's, of course, a lot of that work falls on your agency or other government agencies in Kenya to determine what is appropriate content for kids. That being said, when it comes to essentially evaluating whether a website or an app protects kids' privacy, there's absolutely universal technical standards and matrices. And to be honest, a lot of these standards that I recommended in my report and also researched and talked with companies and governments about is these don't require a lot of money. Actually, a lot of them don't require money at all. Sometimes it's just a matter of asking a company to change a line of code to make sure that they don't track kids' location data in a certain way, or they don't share that data with third-party advertisers. There's actually very easy, specific things that a regulator could require companies to do and to be able to easily check. And for that, I'm happy to make myself available for more detailed conversations. Temba, on your question about standalone child data protection laws, I think Marina and Maria and others will also have opinions on this, but my first sense is that it is absolutely up to you. There's two different ways to do it, right? Which is you can either have a standalone data protection law in addition to whatever existing data protection laws you have for the general public, or you can also put together legal guidelines specific to kids that are enforceable by your regulatory agency. But in any case, I think the key takeaway is that there needs to be child-specific either law or guidelines that are enforceable, because kids do require specific protections even more so than adults do. And I can talk a little bit more about that offline. And to the first question from Rodrigo, and I hope I remember your name correctly, about behavioral advertising. I'll give you two examples. I think I'll ask everyone in the room to remember this scary term, Cambridge Analytica. As you'll remember, this was the huge scandal that then Facebook, now Meta, found itself, where it was discovered that the company was creating shadow profiles on people who had never signed up for a Facebook account, sharing that data with this firm called Cambridge Analytica. And the idea there was all this information that Facebook had collected about you was being used to make a shadow profile that would determine or guess at what kind of a person you were, again, how you might easily be influenced, et cetera, et cetera. The reason I bring that case up from 2016 is that there was a specific type of tracking tool that Facebook had built to enable that. It's called the Facebook Pixel, and now they've renamed it the Meta Pixel. And this particular type of tracking allows any website, when they send their users' data to Facebook using this tool, it allows two things. The first is it allows that original website to target that person across the internet and to any Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp accounts that they have, and to be able to advertise to them there. And of course, the second is that it allows Facebook to use that data in whatever advertising purpose it chooses to, including to resell it to other advertisers. I found that a significant number of edtech products were using this tool, and I was able to document in real time transmissions of children's data being sent to Facebook using this tool. And so that tool also, I gave you a very long-winded explanation, but essentially that tool enables behavioral advertising by Facebook and any advertiser that advertises on Facebook. So that's the first thing. The second is Google, which is also a very well-known giant company, as Professor Avellino mentioned in his session talk. And, I knew going into this piece of research that everyone uses any internet developer uses Google's tools in some way or another, even if it's for a benign purpose, like using Google Analytics to measure web analytics on your website. The problem here is twofold. The first was 98% of the products I used sent data to Google, just generally. But of that number, a significant portion sent information to Google's advertising specific domains that are tailored for behavioral advertising. Again, like in the Facebook example, it allowed these edtech products to track their users after they left their platforms to be able to advertise them to them elsewhere on the internet. It also allowed, according to the terms of service, it also allows Google to use those kids' data for whatever advertising purpose it would like for perpetuity, specifically for behavioral advertising. And just to wrap that up, an example I'm thinking about is from Kazakhstan. There was a startup in Kazakhstan that no one had ever heard about it before the pandemic, and the pandemic hit, the government recommended it, and suddenly this tiny startup, which had 10 users, suddenly ballooned into half of Kazakhstan's child population overnight. And we know this because the CEO founder went on an interview with Forbes Kazakhstan and talked very proudly about this thing. Interestingly, with this newfound success, this startup founder said, well, I suddenly have this captive audience of half of our country's children. What can I do with this? And I noticed and documented that on the website where kids are logging in, he put a price list for advertisers. And in there, he wrote, this product had both a website and an app version. And he said, if you'd like to advertise to kids for one day, it will cost you this amount. If you would like us to forcefully send push notifications to our app so that kids, the ad pops up on the kid's phone before the kid even has a chance to decline or to deny consent, it will cost you this much more over this many days. And it was extremely blatant. And to top it all off, the CEO included a client list of previous advertisers who had purchased these services to be able to advertise on his online learning platform. And they mostly included fast food companies and conglomerates that sell like Nestle and McDonald's, etc. So just to give you a sense of how, and then to tie back to Marina's point about the fact that the decisions being made at this kind of level are not in the child's best interest at all. And with that, I'll stop and pass it over to other folks.
Wow. Thank you, Han. Again, I've just remembered that this important, scary, and challenging report Han presented us is available in several languages on Human Rights Watch site, right, Han? So everyone is invited to know it better. So I'll pass away to Marina, please, to your consideration.
Thank you. So I'll try to address some of the questions, including the million-dollar question, which is how do we fight these huge international big techs? Well, I wish I knew the answer. I don't think it's simple, but I think this is a great place for us to start strategizing and thinking together of how to approach that. And I mean, as people working at organizations from civil society, sometimes we feel small because it's just some of us and they got like tons of money and the best lawyers in the world. So it is definitely a big challenge. So some of my insights here. So definitely, I mean, the big tech's business models is completely problematic in general, but it is especially problematic when it comes to children. So I think that using childhood and the concept of children's best interests could be a starting point for us to do advocacy against this business model as a whole, because it can be easier to convince regulators and, well, the justice systems, international and local, in the first place, that it is problematic to children. And once we do that, I think we can continue going on. So I think that's the first thing. My second point is I think we should do more international level advocacy. So there is this document which is really important for our discussion. It's the UN's Committee for the Rights of the Child General Comment 25. It's a general comment on children's rights in relation to the digital environment. And they do mention education and privacy and how, well, and every time children are in the digital environment, their best interests should be fulfilled. So that's a first step, but it's still not a very concrete document. So I think we can perhaps work on international cases that are built on top of that, taking concrete cases to an international scale. But what I think would also be really strategic is to choose some key countries and places where we can litigate, for example, so that we get rulings that say that this commercial use of children's data and perhaps edtech apps are also a good strategic gateway of starting the discussion of why it's problematic. I think once we get one good ruling, we can go after, we can replicate that in other countries, and not only because of the that other ruling, but also because then we can evoke the principle of non-discrimination that is really big in the, well, children's rights declaration of the UN and in several countries' legislations, I guess most of countries' legislations. That has happened before. For example, in the US, there was a case a few years ago, it was New Mexico versus Google. So they tried to sue Google saying they were using commercially children's data. It did not work, but it did not work because the case was dismissed for formal reasons. So it is problematic. I recommend everyone studying that case, and perhaps we can also learn from it. And last but not least, the question that was made about specific children's regulation, like children data protection, I think, and that's my personal opinion, I think that all data protection regulations, general regulations, they have to address children in specific, because children are beings going under a developmental phase. But I think that those general regulations, they will not be able to be complete to actually protect children. So me personally, I think that besides having a special section in general protection regulations, data protection regulations, especially DPAs should look into children's data protection in a specific way. So we have been seeing that, for example, it's mostly in the global north. Up until now, hopefully it will widespread, but we have seen DPAs, for example, from the UK, from France, from the Netherlands. They're starting to issue their own regulations on children data protection, and I think that's interesting because they go over it in a really broad way. So you can issue specific design measures that are not only relate to rights and obligations. So you can issue specific design measures and also other measures such as the obligation of conducting data protection impact assessments when it comes to children in specific. And I think also if you issue that regulation within the DPA, it can be a bit less, and that's not in every country, of course, but it can be a bit less subject to political interest in general. So I think it can be led perhaps with a more broad view and with the participation of specialists of several fields. So not only the law specialists and regulators, but also people from the educational system, from pediatrics, and all sorts of, well, areas of knowledge that involve children, and also children themselves. So we have Nidhi here too. Perhaps she can even say more about that. But we have seen other, some DPAs involving children's in the discussions to create those regulations, and I think that's very valid as well. So I hope I was able to kind of address the questions.
Surely, don't you think? So I'm afraid we have to finish now, but I think that if we don't answer those 1 million questions, it's not only one. I think we have more kind of clues to ensure safe and privacy respecting education technologies, isn't it? So I want to reinforce that we must face children's rights, digital rights as a priority, especially in the global south. And I'd also like to finish paying tribute to someone who teaches us in Brazil a lot about these issues we are discussing here today, which is Professor Danilo Doneda. He's in a very difficult health situation, and we would like him to hear again, once more, how grateful we are to have him along with us, building ways for children to be treated as an absolute priority also in the internet, or on the internet. So I'm so thankful for this session, and I hope you have enjoyed it just as much as did. Thank you everyone who joined us, and you keep in touch. Thank you.
this open forum on video games, the metaverse, and NFTs. We have a great panel lineup for you today and want to get right into it. We've got some excellent experts from who've been thinking about these topics and who have experience with them as well as colleagues from the World Intellectual Property Organization. We're very pleased to bring you this open forum today. My name's Michelle Woods. I'll be the moderator, but we'll try to interject myself as little as possible into the proceedings so we can spend as much time as possible with our experts. We do plan to leave some time at the end of the program for questions, for comments. We will try to monitor those. Please be active in trying to intervene when we get to that point, and we'll do our best to recognize those both in the room and who are joining remotely. So as we are still trying to add one speaker, I think we will go directly to Gaetano De Mita and ask him to start us off on the context here in terms of video game developments and what we see generally in this area of the law. So Gaetano, over to you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Let me start saying that it's a real honor to be here, and I was so excited because you asked me to talk about my favorite topic. So I'll try to be brief, I'll try to be concise. I really want to hear from Michaela and Andreas, and I hope we can have a chance at the end to discuss with the audience if they have any question or any comment, because it's a very exciting time. I've been working, doing research, teaching on interactive entertainment law and more generally video games for over a decade. But recently, in the last few years, it really exploded. And I have to show my bias because I'm an IP lawyer and I live in an IP bubble and I love video games. You can see my background. And this has been magic from a researcher, from an academic point of view, because there is an increased recognition of the importance, not only economic importance, but the importance for IP in general and the way we approach IP and the impact on society and culture as a whole of this amazing creative industry. I'm not going to share numbers because whichever survey or data you collect, the numbers are different, the methodology of collecting this number is different. But let's say, can we say like almost half of the population plays video games? We don't have data from a few major countries, but it's not the 80s anymore. Now you can publicly admit you play video game and you're passionate about this form of creation. Video games started appearing not only in video game museum, but also in museums around the world because it's recognized very important for how we live and how we approach our interaction with each other. And I guess the pandemic also showed that video games can be also a force for good because to some extent they kept us sane. People playing video game had less issue with the isolation of the various lockdowns we had all around the globe. But let me focus on the AP part, and plus I'm here just for an introduction to Michaela and Andreas that are going to get deep into the topic. Video games from an IP perspective are probably the most fascinating subject matter of IP. I constantly tell my students like IP on steroids. Our very rich intellectual property environment, and there are environments, and this is the main difference with the other subject matter of IP protection, that you have to interact with and you have to immerse yourself in. So it involves a relationship between the subject matter and the player that can create IP. We saw the explosion of esports, we saw the explosion of channels like Twitch, in which people simply playing, are actually creating other form of IP. And this is fascinating because IP, I do believe, but of course I'm biased, I'm here, is the blood and soul or our society. It's there to protect our most sacred creation. It's something great. And the economy is actually showing that IP-based economy tend to be strong, even in situations in which the world economics are struggling. When you look at video games, you always have to consider the entire package of intellectual property. And intellectual property are jurisdictional based. They are different in subject matter protection and limitation exception. And this shows how complex this already complex subject matter protection products or services that are enriched by very complex and global and international licensing frameworks and obey to a very third level of complexity layer of global regulation. It is an industry we have to observe. It is an industry that most of the time we have to learn from, because most of the issues that are becoming and are mainstream today have been video game issue for 2 decades. So the video game industry had to deal with a lot of the fundamental questions that we have today for over 2 decades. I'm not saying they solved all the problem or they went for the correct approach in all the situation, but it's something they're familiar with. It is a young industry, is born digital, is extremely successful. So that means they get sued sometimes. And they're global. They're highly creative, highly innovative. And I don't know if it's because they are young, but they are not afraid to take risks. There is a lot of do it first and ask question later kind of approach with dealing with the most difficult question to answer. Most of the time, the video game company is launching something entirely new. It's there for the first time, and not even the best practitioner or the best academics can give a yes or no answer. I mean, in IP and when dealing with lawyers, it's quite common to get a depends as an answer. There are a lot of depends in video game question. But why we're talking about video games in connection to the metaverse and NFTs, probably because of this reason. The industry is so fast forward that we can use them as canary in a mine. So we can actually observe them in order to understand what the trend could be. Of course, prediction is always better not to do any prediction when you're being recorded. But we can understand where the trend, where the direction is, the thing that work, the thing that probably are not going to work. And whenever it is a technological advancement, it's also important to remember that video games is actually one of the 2 ways we actually embrace and start using new technologies. It's normally coming from something that they force you to do at work or something that you buy because you want to play a video game with. Generally, the most expensive piece of technology we have at home is what we play video games on. But more generally, and this has been pointed out a number of times, video games are also the first interaction that we have outside of our family circle. So it can also be used to understand how social interaction works in an observable environment. One of the common sentences is generally the first license you sign, the first contract you sign is an end user license agreement of a video game. And the first money you spend is probably on a video games. Nowadays, also the first money you earn might be because a YouTube video that is generating income. So their impact on how we relate to each other or we relate and understand the law is really important. And also they have a transnational nature. I mean, when you play a video game, you're joining an environment that is beyond borders. But of course, I mean, the law is national. So you can actually export concept outside of your national jurisdiction if it's done properly by designing them within video games. Not only they are the canary of the mines for a lot of legal issue, but they're also, for the specific topic of today, the first industry that are being actually looking at it from a more established point of view. Most of the successful, successful is an answer. Most of the proto-metaverse that people actually play and enjoy, they tend to come from video games. They are basically video games. And they're also the one that already integrated, to some extent, a form of entertainment with a social media aspect of including and governing a community. but they're also the most apt. I mean, they are technologically based industry to use and to experiment on new monetization model and new form of, but I don't want to use words that maybe Andreas is going to explain better later on, illusion of property, illusion of ownership, because there is this strong connection with the video game that you play. I leave Andreas to go technical and to tell us the truth, but there is this sensation. We deal with virtual items. We deal with things that we don't actually own a lot in video games, starting from the video game per se that you buy. That goes with other points that Michaela probably is going to do later on how perception, especially when it comes to IP, it is really important because it's impacting on us. And on us, I mean, not the researcher in video games and IP, but on us, the general public, the citizen of this planet. And I'm conscious of time. This is meant to be just an introduction to the use, but I want to leave you with one of the things I think is really important. We're moving into environments in which IP is the core of everything. And we live in this environment. We're going to have IP and we're going to have a very complex contract layers. It is very important that we keep our attention on intellectual property, because intellectual property is going to create the constitution of these virtual environments, the constitution of wherever we are going to log in 10 years. And IP is also the only protection that we have to some extent to a world in which everything is regulated by tort and contract, and where there is not much space for our freedom, democracy, and civil liberties. IP can actually save us. And on that, I totally declare my bias. And I guess I'll pass it back to Michelle as the moderator.
Great. Well, I can see we're getting into some interesting areas here with that start off. So thank you so much, Gaetano. And let's go to our next speaker, Michaela Mantegna, who will focus for us on the metaverse aspects of the development of video games and what we're seeing there. She's a great expert in this field, and I very much look forward to her comments. Michaela, over to you.
Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you so much, Gaetano, for the introduction. Sorry that I am in Argentina, I'm based in Argentina, and I'm having, of course, we are in the Internet Governance Forums, and of course I have trouble with my Wi-Fi, my internet, and that's one of the problems when we are talking about the metaverse and talking about digital realities. And if you're going to be based into the metaverse, this is going to be something that to consider, how we access the metaverse. Let me share my screen for one moment so we can, here we go. Can you see the screen? Yes?
No, we
Yes,
can.
perfect. Thank you.
Yes.
One of the things we share here, all the panelists and I assume the public, is our love for video games. And I share Gaetano's enthusiasm about video games leading the way into the metaverse. And another thing that is really important is to consider that video games are one of the few, if not the only, interactive media that allows you to experience empathy in a different way because of the interactivity of the nature of the stories and the narratives. It's really important to understand that we can actually feel the stories and feel the experiences in a different way. And this is something really important if we are talking about the metaverse, because it's going to be an interactive environment and also a tool to create communities. Let me go quick. Gaetano did some introduction about how to arrive to this concept of the metaverse that until not so much was considered something like really far-fetched from sci-fi and pop culture. And the metaverse, and this is one of the first misconceptions, people talking about the metaverse as something new. The metaverse is in fact turning 30 this year. It started as a term in the book Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. And Neil Stephenson also clarifies in that book that there were other developments that and other uses of the term, but we have seen different elements, the key elements of the metaverse, and I see Michelle smiling, so I assume she loves Star Trek as much of us do here. There are some elements of the metaverse in different aspects of pop culture and video games. For example, if you remember the holodeck from Star Trek, these kind of interactive rooms where you can create different realities. And this is like the ultimate goal and aspiration of creating a metaverse, a completely fully immersive interactive environment where we can touch, smell, see, hear, all our senses are going to be engaged. Another philosophical predecessor to the things we are talking today is the Matrix, and talking about particularly the perception of reality, simulation theory, for those who like philosophy, and also the economic incentives of these kind of digital economies. And for the more young people, you might remember Ready Player One, which is based in a book. And also for me, from an IP perspective, you know that everyone here in the room is kind of an IP geek. One of the things I remember interestingly about this book is like the clashing of licenses, because you can see characters from different corporations all mixed together. And this is something that is really core to what the metaverse is, and something that you also are seeing in video games as well. When Fortnite, you can have like an avatar from a Star, I'm going to say Star Trek, but not Star Wars. And also this next to them could be Ariana Grande or Batman. So it's interesting to see this kind of coalition and clashing of licenses, and also putting your IP in the hands of people through the avatars, which in video games is something that we call sometimes user-generated content. And is something interesting because corporations were kind of weary before this to allow people to kind of interact in that way with their IP. And something that I think really interesting, find interesting about this is you compare, for example, what has been happening with how Disney kind of interacts with their IP and the public. And on the other hand, how do you see the Minions and how the owners of this IP had allowed the public to interact in a different way, to kind of recreate and do things, and that has allowed their popularity to grow. So these are kind of hints that can allow us to forecast what can happen in the future with this. Also, the metaverse comes from gaming. You might remember Second Life, one of the proto-metaverses that Gaetano was talking about, and more recently, Animal Crossing during the pandemic that allow us to connect and continue our social relationships online, Roblox, Minecraft. But the thing is, what is a metaverse? And to this point, we have different and several concepts and terminology about that, but in reality, there is no consensus about it. But we can say that it's the next evolution of video games and the next evolution of the internet, at the same time mixing different elements of social media, internet, and platforms, but also adding an element of spatial computing that will allow us to manipulate and interact with these 3D digital objects. So my definition is kind of a work in progress, and we can talk about the metaverse as a convergence of digital and physical realities on software and hardware, but also it's not just technology, but it's also the human component and the anthropological component of how do we relate with each other. So if we are talking about different technologies, we can see that depending on who you ask, they are going to be elements of blockchain or neurotechnology as the future of interfaces, artificial intelligence, and something we are going to talk about a bit today is how generative artificial intelligence is a key element of the metaverse. And when we're talking about how this reality mix, this is something I have been researching and working on that I call the reality gradient, because we tend to think about VR, XR as different things or kind of an umbrella. But the thing is, like, we are not going to be one moment in VR and then in AR, and we are going to notice the difference. where we are heading is a state that we are going to transition gradually from one state to the other, adding or subtracting different artificial senses, because our sense of hearing would be replaced for artificial sound, or maybe our visuals. So it's going to be integrating different elements of that. And as we were saying before, the kind of the goal of this is achieving haptic and kind of like a really super immersive reality in the far end of the spectrum. So this is kind of a more academic definition that I have been working on. If you want to read, I'm happy to share. Here's the link. But the thing is, like I was saying, generative AI is a fundamental shift in creativity on how we think about creativity, which is a high kind of like one of the main components of copyright law, thinking about originality and creativity. And this is going to be a metaverse cornerstone, because if you are thinking about these virtual worlds, and you probably have been reading news about some proto-metaverses that there is nobody in there. It's like big structures and big investments, but nobody is there. And one of the things I always say is like the race for the metaverse is going to be won not only by the best graphics, but the best communities. And this is another lesson from video games. As Gaetano was saying, video games create relationships between people, and people might not like the graphics, but they're going to stay if you have your friends there. See chat? A question, okay. I'm trying to be wary of the time, so Michelle, you make a sign if I'm overstepping. But the thing is, we are living in this era of AI creativity where we can, in seconds, create masterpieces. And this is opening really interesting and new questions, because we can not only create like images or paintings, as you might have been seeing with DALL-E or Midjourney, but these techniques can be applied to any single type of creative content. And this is, we started talking about generative artificial intelligence, talking about one particular architecture that was called GANs, Generative Adversarial Networks. And now in just like a few years, we have evolved into models that are able to create, as we were seeing, really interesting images in just seconds. And you can see these models through DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, and Midjourney, where we start with a random pattern of dots, and we are kind of diffusing. It's a process of kind of matching a text, let's say like a simple explanation, matching a text and matching an image, and creating like a map of possible images that correlates to that semantic text. And the thing is that this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we are seeing these beautiful images created through Midjourney and kind of these impossible landscapes. But this is just static. But NVIDIA and other corporations are working in transforming these static environments into dynamic and 3D animated objects. So this is Get3D, which is kind of like the DALL-E for the metaverse for NVIDIA. And they're trying to make it possible to create animated virtual objects, shots from text. As we have text to image, we're going to have text to animation. Meta also presented Make a Video, when you can create an illustration and then an animation. And this is interesting because, well, we have been talking about artificial intelligence for years, but now we need to talk really deep about artificial creativity and the challenges that it poses to IP, because IP was based on scarcity rationales about how would you think about the creation and the integration of our cultural knowledge. And the thing is, these developments allow us to create really massive and quick and producing a volume of works that humans cannot compete with. So this is posing really interesting questions, and we have been thinking about originality and creativity and what does it mean for a work to be original. And the thing is, now we cannot notice the difference. We cannot say by just looking at some piece of art if it was machine made or human made. And at the end of the day, is it going to matter that? And another interesting thing about this, how this is going to impact the public domain, because if we start thinking about registration and allow registration of machine-created works, this can increase the amount of works that are under copyright protection and create some imbalances and towards the public domain. So for the metaverse, it's going to be really interesting because, as we were saying, these worlds need to be populated, and it will be a mix of human creativity and human ingenuity, but at the same time, we need to create at a massive scale that only generative AI can provide. And copyright is in the middle of this and has a lot of questions to talk about that has a huge impact in how we consider the future of work and the future of creation. And I don't want to overstep on my time. So if you can find me here and we can continue the conversation. I'm a super geek of both IP and video games, so just reach me out here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That was fantastic. And you gave us so many things to continue to talk about. And I'm sure that Andres Guadamus, our next speaker, is going to pick up on some of those themes and then lead us a little more in depth into the topic of NFTs and how that intersects with this universe. So Andres, over to you.
Thank you. I'm just going to try to share my screen and hopefully I can resize and do the right. Yeah. Now I
that
should have resized. Good. Yes, I think now I have it fine. Thanks very much again for the invitation and for the very, very excellent presentations before by Micaela and Gaetano, who have introduced the subject. Now I'm going to take us a little bit into the metaverse and end up with NFTs. So try to bring everything together, because one of the things that I want to do is bring us into property. What is property like? What is going to be property in the metaverse, if there is such a thing? And that is potentially going to involve some form of tokens. So I'll try to explain where I'm coming from. I think that what we're seeing right now is a confluence of technologies that are potentially going to change the way in which we interact, we create, we mediate with media. There is the potential of generative AI, the potential of immersive environments, and potentially also the use of tokenization to mediate our interaction with all of these things. So we are living in a almost, you could say, a golden age of technological advances, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence. However, I also come to you with a bit of a warning. I'm usually I like to have this as one of my presentation slides. There is always a danger that we are going to look at the hype and get lost in the buzzwords. And my goodness, I have a presentation that has the words metaverse and NFTs together. So it couldn't, I think it just needs artificial intelligence and cloud or something else for this to be even more buzzwordy. So I bring you a little bit of a warning to try to be careful about not overdoing the hype. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on the definitions of metaverse. Micaela did an excellent job on this. However, I would agree that we don't really have a definition, and I think over the next couple of years, we have to come up with a workable definition. If we define it as virtual reality, augmented reality, 3D spaces, games, chat rooms, all of these things already exist and have existed since the 1990s. One of the jokes that I always say is that a ViewMaster is pretty much like the metaverse, if you define it that way. If you don't know what a ViewMaster is, don't worry, ask your granddad. Okay, so my own definition, which is sort of similar to Micaela's, is I'm looking at a persistent virtual 3D space that allows people to interact with one another. How they interact, if it is a game environment, this is a social environment, it's going to be a different question. I am skeptical a little bit. I've been writing that the metaverse doesn't exist, which is sometimes a little bit trying to be a little bit let's say skeptical. However, let's assume that I'm wrong. Let's assume that the metaverse actually exists and it actually takes off. So what type of metaverse are we going to get? And I promise we'll eventually get to NFTs. There is a reason why I have all of this introduction. So assume that it takes off. What would it look like? I like to use media to sort of explain concepts. So I like to think that we could get what I call the Ready Player One metaverse, in which one company wins we won't mention which company, but let's say assume one company is the one that wins the race. Therefore, the metaverse that we're going to get is that company's version of the metaverse. Okay. They're going to own pretty much everything. That is, if you watched or read Ready Player One, that is what the internet is. It's owned by one company, which is actually a nightmare from a regulator perspective, but that's a different question. Then we have the potential of what I call the Ralph Breaks the Internet metaverse, which is different platforms. By the way, fantastic movie. It's different platforms that interact with one another through a similar sort of standard or connected through protocols, very similar protocols. So you have different metaverses that can potentially interact with one another. And then we have what I would like to call the multiverse of madness metaverse, which every metaverse is completely incompatible with another, and then you have to jump, probably get a superhero to allow you to jump from one to the other. Spoiler alert. Okay. What we're talking about when, from a property perspective, when we're dealing with the metaverse and property, is digital assets. So the concept itself for digital assets is not new. We've had this, we already have it. We've had digital assets in everyday life in the form of currency, music, the old time MP3s. But when we think about it, our interaction with technology nowadays takes place with what we understand as digital assets in all sorts of forms. So the deployment of pervasive environments will require us to sort of grapple with the legal issues surrounding digital assets. Are there property? Are there intellectual property? Do they have an interface with intellectual property? Sometimes I would argue that they do, but it's more important who owns the platform. And here is where we start analyzing and looking at property. Now, I would argue that in the metaverse, there is, for the most part, there is no IP, there is only contract. And Gaetano explained that already. Our interaction with an environment is going to be completely mediated through us signing an end user license agreement, and everything is handled through the ULS. So I always like to say, if it's not your server, it's not your property. If you have anything, anyone can cut access to your property. It comes from not your keys, not your bitcoins, but I think it's a very similar concept. If you do not own the servers, and someone can flip the switch, and this applies for absolutely everything. So decentralized and open models, and this is where we will eventually get to NFTs, may start to come in. However, roughly speaking, we are dealing with three property models when dealing with the metaverse. So there is the private and closed model. Everything is in the metaverse, and that belongs to one company that only gives you the service. So that could be Roblox, Meta, whatever definition that we have. So again, not your server, not your property. This is the most common in virtual worlds, in MMOs, in games, in virtual spaces, where you're interacting with your property through end user license agreements. You may have items in a game or in the virtual space. You may own a house, you may own an avatar, you may own mounts, gear, all sorts of things, but you don't really own them. They are part of your end user license agreement. So there is no property on anything. There is, however, an open model of the metaverse, which it would be, this is very rare, but it used to be very common in Second Life, which to my surprise, it already exists. It still exists since 2006 or something. So usually you create goods and they're licensed through Creative Commons. So actually you own some things. But again, even the open model relies on using other people's server. So it's very rare. Other than Second Life, I haven't seen many places where it exists. This is where we get to metaverse. So the third model, the third property model, is the use of what is understood as Web3. Web 1 was the early web of the 1990s, pretty much unidirectional. Web 2 is the social media, user-generated content web. The Web 3 is supposed to be the tokenized web, in which everything that we do, we interact with some form of tokens. So usually we're going to have decentralized services connected through wallets, cryptocurrencies, and particularly NFTs. All of these digital assets supposedly are interchangeable. We can take them with us from one metaverse to the other. So that is the idea, that is the selling point of this Web3 metaverse. It doesn't matter if you get disconnected or your server or your service is brought down, you still have the property in the shape of a token that you can carry with you everywhere. Game developers, by the way, are highly skeptical about this model. You may be wondering, Andres, what do you mean by NFTs? We don't have enough time to go into an in-depth discussion about NFTs. I know this is a very educated audience, so I'm assuming that a lot of people understand the concept already. What we're talking about usually is fungible goods that are by definition interchangeable, so grain, gold, things like that. There are non-fungible goods that are things that are unique. So a non-fungible token is a digital cryptocurrency blockchain represented thing. Sorry, I've been looking at the I haven't been looking at the chat. It's mediated through a token, and this token is going to represent a unique item. So, and it's immutable, so the entries on database cannot be changed. Roughly speaking, it looks something like this. To give you an idea, it's just metadata written on the blockchain. If you have a Tezos Explorer and you are fast enough and you want to write down, this is a contract that I created, this is what an NFT looks like, pretty much. What we're talking about is tokens that are metadata that represent a digital item, in this case, an artificial intelligence generated image. And you can take it with you even if the service that you used to create it disappeared. So obviously, the idea is that we can have items on the metaverse that can interact with one another. So quickly to finish, there is now starting to be case law that is going to be decided on this interface between digital assets, the metaverse, and NFTs. We just had in the last couple of weeks a very interesting decision in the Barcelona Commercial Court on an injunction between VEGAP, which is sort of the commercial entity, so the collecting agency for virtual artists in Spain, and Mango, which is a very popular Barcelona-based shop of clothing. Mango created an NFT based on 4 works by Catalonian painters who are still under copyright. They own the physical works, but they don't own the copyright. So they created clothing based on the paintings and put it on the metaverse. There is a metaverse shop on Decentraland that you can visit. And okay, for another time, just quickly, VEGAP sued for copyright infringement. The case is ongoing, but what's interesting is that the court decided, okay, we are going to keep this NFT that is potentially infringing, and they ordered an injunction to have custody of the wallet. So fascinating environment that we have now, decisions that have interface of all of these technologies. And I'll leave you with that. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Andres. That was fascinating, and looking forward to hearing more about that case and development of case law. Before we get into the discussion, I do want to turn to my own colleague and the champion of video games here at WIPO, not the only one, but very much in the lead, Richard Frelick, who will tell us a little bit more about what's going on at WIPO in this area. And I would like to just shout out to a couple of other colleagues who are with us today. I see Paolo Lanteri, Victor Awade. They have been very involved in bringing this program to us. And now over to you, Richard, please.
Thanks so much, Michelle. And you did exactly what I also wanted to do, is to give a shout out to Victor and Paolo. And of course, exactly underlining there are quite a lot of champions on video games in WIPO, which makes it even more exciting for us to continue on this work. A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm really pleased to join this event with such amazing speakers. I'm also excited to give you a preview of our upcoming project, Level Up Your IP, a video game developer's quest. So why video games? The previous speakers already said it in many ways, but just to further emphasize, intellectual property is at the heart of the video game industry. From the copyright to the music, stories, visuals, software, to trademarks for the brands, characters, or even slogans, a video game is a treasure trove of intellectual property. Why WIPO? Why the World Intellectual Property Organization? As the global forum for intellectual property services, policy, information, and cooperation, we know intellectual property, and we already have an extensive portfolio of activities on video games, ranging from the highly popular Mastering the Game publication, which gives a detailed overview of almost 400 pages of all things legal and business related to video games, to the recently released PlayStation infographic, or also highly popular study on copyright infringement in the video game industry, and many, many, many more, both trainings as well as studies in this area. So why are we doing this new project? Well, here we want to focus on helping the SME video game developer grow through the better management of their intellectual property, as well as we want to create networking opportunities for big and small companies across different regions of the world. Specifically, in this case, we'll be focusing on Central European and Baltic states, Asia and the Pacific, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean countries. The dream big end result we want to achieve is we want to contribute to national economic growth in the targeted regions through successful and IP-aware video game companies. Who are we targeting? The main beneficiary are those small and medium-sized studios, including indie, as well as new game creators and developers, so people who are already in the industry and can benefit from a better understanding of those basics of intellectual property. Additionally, for the project to be successful, we also are targeting, of course, representatives of large studios, publishers, consoles, platforms, video game legal experts, in-house lawyers, gamers, always. How do we want to do it? We want to do it in a 360 approach around the needs of the game developer. So everything in this project is supposed to be short, selected, and useful, straight to the point. The focus is going to be on the business aspects of IP and how legal issues can help out in those. And we will have 5 levels of content, which will follow the different game development stages of a video game. And each, I'll come back to the content, but just to say that each of these levels will have 4 steps. So first one would be the podcast interview with a successful video game company, ranging from the biggest to the smallest ones, which we will have the objective to also get to find some insights, tips, and tricks from the industry on how these companies are managing their intellectual property. Second, there will be the IP clinics. Those will be these one-on-one meetings between high-profile legal experts internationally recognized with the small video game company. These one-on-one meetings in 45 minutes to support them in better understanding intellectual property. Then for those, and we are aiming to cover approximately 75 companies from across the world. Then additionally, we would want to have these informal online networking events where we will also give the opportunity for those companies who could not make it for the clinics to still ask their questions to our experts who are part of this project. And finally, we will also on each level issue this level power up, as we call it. This is going to be this just, one page of a checklist for a video game developer, for them to at that stage go through those basic things they need to understand on IP at that game development stage. And plus, we also want to have this network, very active and engaging network created, specifically a specific group on LinkedIn. We are going to be cooperating and partnering with many, many different amazing organizations and people, including associations, federations, publishers, large and small studios, governments, ministries, and IP offices. While I have to hold on with sharing with you the details of all the amazing companies, legal practitioners, and partners we will be working with, I can already tell you that 2 of the experts here today will be joining this project and are already actually helping with the development of this project. So Michaela and Gaetano will be part of the podcast, the networking events, as well as, of course, the content creation. Speaking about the content will, of course, focus on helping that game developer level up their intellectual property. We will be doing that through a level 0 introduction kind of session, then level 1 to 5 following those game development stages. Just very quickly, level 1 will have that objective to introduce the quest and the levels, introduce the hosts and experts, and show that at the end of the day, the gaming stories from the project team, because I know all of us are playing World of Warcraft or many other games across different platforms for many, many years. So that is something we also want to emphasize here, that is by game, this project is being developed by gamers. Moving on to the first level here, the preparing for the journey, and this is going to be about the IP and the concept phase. So when you're thinking of developing the game, what are the main issues you need to understand about intellectual property? So for example, if you're going to be creating your own IP, your own world's characters, or should you be licensing that from another media such as a comic book or TV show? Level 2, adventure time. This is going to be about all those IP issues that kick in when you're starting to develop the game. So the copyright, the patents, potentially designs and trademarks, using original or license engine, music licensing, architecture, and real life. Just to say that these are not exhaustive lists, and this is just some of the issues we would want to touch upon. As examples, the launch, level 3 is the launch as the final destination with a question mark. And here is IP and marketing, brands across the world, IP monitoring and enforcement. Level 4 is company of players. So here we'll be focusing on how an IP audit looks like and IP issues during acquisition or investment. And level 5, the ones which we're mostly speaking about actually today, it's about the new frontiers, not new necessarily technologies, but newish in a way. So esports, NFTs, metaverse, virtual worlds, although in this case, we will be more specifically focusing on esports itself. We're also planning side events, and one of them is going to be a training on IP and marketing for women in gaming. The end of the season kind of event we're thinking of is going to be about IP in your pitch and IP and financing. So when do we start with the whole project? When is the launch? The idea is that we want to have everything launched in February 7, 2023, with level 1 following 2-week cycles of each level. So just to be more illustrative how this will look like, how a level will look like, it will follow a 2-week cycle, where on Tuesday, we're launching the podcast. On Wednesday to Friday, we're opening up the signups for the IP clinics. On Monday, the following week, we have the level power up, this 1-page checklist made available for each level. Then from Tuesday to Thursday, we have the IP clinics. And then at the very end, to cover still a reply to any questions the game developers might have, we will have the informal networking event. Summarizing, we look forward to welcoming game developers from across the world to join the project to better understand the basics of IP and expand their global video game network. And I end here, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard, for that quick view of this WIPO initiative. And now we have a little bit of time, not as much as we would like, but there have been some interesting discussions coming up in the chat. So I do want to bring out some of those points and maybe get some reactions and bring others into the conversation. And I think we started with Pedro, who talked about in a question, and Pedro, if you're available, if you want to pose your question and explain a little bit about your conversation you've been having with Micaela in the chat, that would be great. So I'm really going back here to where you basically said, is metaverse really a thing? Isn't this just a commercially oriented buzzword lumping together different immersive reality technologies? What was your point there, and what is your question to Micaela?
To be very brief, I was just kind of working on a text that Micaela wrote a few months ago that is about avoiding that the metaverse is actually just has the same problems that the internet has today about the lack of interoperability, the lack of openness, and how to make it really useful, really new, considering that every time we see a company announcing something about the metaverse, that is just, there's nothing really radically new, there's nothing really transformative, in the sense that they are just like old technologies being reused in a new way, or some technologies that already exists having some new features. So how can we get this metaverse idea to have something really new, really useful, to deserve to being an autonomous concept?
Great, thank you. And Micaela, I know you responded a little bit in the chat, but would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, and I would love to invite Andres and Gaetano, because I know that we are very much in the same page about this. But the thing is that people that, and I'm going to invoke the woman yelling at the cloud at this point, because most of the people that have been working in video games for a long time, we are kind of tired of saying there is not yet a metaverse, this is virtual worlds, when everyone is like pumping up, we created this metaverse and that metaverse. In reality, and at least, well, one of the problems is that we don't have a definition, and that this is kind of on a fluid state, and it's kind of like the internet from the 90s, that is like a mix and match of different aspects. I like to say it's like a bit of Frankenstein, because you are piecing things together. And if we are thinking like methodically and academically about what could make potentially a metaverse different from existing virtual worlds, for me, at least, the key is interoperability. And this circle back to the fantastic analysis and points that Andres made with the different versions that we're going to get. Are we going to get the multiverse of madness, that everything is clashing together? Or are we going to get an unified metaverse, but this is centralization yet again? This is a much broader discussion that is interesting to have in the Internet Governance Forum, because part of my background is in internet governance. And the thing is, this circles back to the revenue models. And for this also, video games can provide a really interesting blueprint about this, because when we talk about video games, we are not talking about surveillance capitalism and data extractivism, because video games have a healthier, not perfect, but healthier business model. And that could also bring another layer of interesting things to the conversation about Web3 and models. And I like to call this sustainability. How are we going to create and sustain the metaverse? And it has to be like an evolution. And this is something that Pedro was referring to the article, that I say that the metaverse is in other aspects, an evolution of capitalism. Because and it ties to what Gaetano was saying about everything is going to be IP. And one of my how do you say, my forecast about this is like, one of the missing pieces of the conversation is how consumer law is going to interact, because we have seen these clashes between IP and consumer law and data protection law. And I think that we need to have like a conversation where all of these moving pieces are talking to each other to create a state where we can talk about ownership in a different way of what. And this connects with the part of what Andres was saying about how are we going to reimagine ownership when everything is digital.
Great. Gaetano, anything on this one? I see you mouthing things.
No, I was out here. It is amazing. For instance, three people that have been working a lot on metaverse, new techs, and video games. We all agree on one side, and then we might even disagree, but we like discussing the details. That's this important thing. And I wanted to answer Pedro, because I mean, Pedro's first comment is actually a working definition of the metaverse, a collection of commercially oriented buzzwords in order to grab investment. That could work as a definition of the metaverse, but this is a trick, and I have to say, I'm cheating. I'm cheating a lot, because the point that in video games we already experience most of this problematic is true. But thanks to this, probably thanks to someone renaming their company into something that sounds like metaverse, we got a lot of attention and a public ready to listen to things that have been underlined by academics and I was going to say freedom fighters. It's the wrong word, but you know what I'm getting at. On people that are pointing out that sometimes, I mean, the entire ecosystem, when you have IP, data protection law, competition law, consumer protection law, can create some environment that without a proper structure, legal structure, might be a crux societal problem or create new one, create I mean, digital poverty. We really don't need that. I mean, we are struggling solving the problem in the real world. Why are we imposing it in the world? But when you start this conversation, you start to look at the legislation as today, you always run the risk of moral panics and regulation and amendment to the law that are caused by an article on a scandalistic newspaper published yesterday. The metaverse, it is an amazing opportunity to sit down and think properly about the big question and the structure that we want the future to have, without risking to get into a sorry, and I'm looking at the transcript. Politicization of our argument. Simple example, if you start discussing something like digital ownership as today, based on streaming model, how creators get remunerated by their creativity in a streaming environment in which there is no more transfer of ownership of support, you get into today's business model and all the interests connected to this business model. If you project it in the future into something that like definition, but we dream of it. I'm for Ready Player One. I want to have the Ready Player One experience one day. It's going to take a couple of generations. We will probably never get there, but it helps us clarifying what the right questions are and how to better answer it without getting into the practicalities of today's business model. I'm always been pushing, and I mean, I've been pushing these arguments since my PhD thesis on file sharing, to tell you how old I am. The problem is we have to look at an IP that can inform a positive business model. While sometimes the tendency is you create a business model and then you kind of lobby to have an IP that fit the business model that you wanted to have. And when you're looking at the old business model, it's very difficult for people that are basing their livelihood of a pre-existing business model to just take like Tarzan the liane and to jump into a new environment, dropping everything. So that's why we like to project the discussion in the future. And it's time now, because probably we failed on the internet. The dream of a decentralized internet is gone. The declaration of independence of the cyberspace. Wow, I call it the cyberspace. I used to call it the cyberspace. Things change, but it is an amazing time that we're talking about it now, before it happens. This is the right time to have this conversation.
Great. So, and I'm so sorry, we basically are at our time, but I do want to give Andres one chance to have a final word here and basically wrap up for us on your thoughts on some of the topics raised by our other fantastic experts. Andres?
Yes, just very briefly. I think that probably what is going to happen with all of these subjects is that we'll end up using metaverse as a catch-all term that doesn't really have a lot of meaning. When you think about the internet, for example, the internet is not really a coherent and cohesive space. It's things like file transfer protocols, it's email, it's all sorts of chat protocols that used to exist. And so we ended up using the internet to refer to absolutely everything. So maybe the same thing we can do with the metaverse, for just want of a better term to define a loose number and a loose set of protocols and technologies that are going to interact with one another. So maybe we'll end up having something like that. And the metaverse will be the best word to define all those things. So that's probably where I would end.
Great. So thank you so much. And so sorry we don't have more time to discuss other important questions in the chat. I see a topic on gender equity that could certainly be its own topic in this field. But thank you so much to our amazing experts, Gaetano, Micaela, and Andres, and of course my colleague Richard, for sharing all of your thoughts and experiences on this emerging topic with us, the video game sector at the time of NFTs and the metaverse. And let's all continue the conversation offline and with the great links that have been provided to us in the chat. Looking forward to seeing everyone here in other contexts as the conversation continues. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, welcome to our session on Youth Lenses on Meaningful Access and Universal Connectivity. My name is Nicolas Fiomarelli from the Youth Coalition on Internet Governance. We will have a very interesting conversation today with some expert speakers here. I will go to present the speakers. We have Bia Barbosa from NIC BR. She will be our main speakers on the Meaningful Access. So we have Nigel Hickson here. Stakeholder is government. We'll talk about, will be our main speaker for the multilingualism and universal acceptance part. So we have our online speaker Adarsh Wu, that is from India. He will give us some advices on the rural connectivity. And finally, we have Nicolas Echanis from the Altermundi, that he will going to talk about a little about alternative models and community networks and some challenges about it. So, and we will have Joshua Ashashi there from the Youth Alliance. He will be our main online moderator. So, just starting with the session. Well, this session was a youth-led session that we try to bring these expert speakers to talk about 2 or 4 different topics, as I said, that are meaningful access and universal connectivity. There are several key factors that we have seen from different policy networks on meaningful access, and we know that it's not only about access, right? Well, this is a concept that is evolving in time, and what this evolution means to the policy. So, how to define universal and meaningful access? There are several key aspects that constitute them. For example, when we talk about universal acceptance, there could be about email address internationalized and internationalized domain names. That could be also about quality of services, digital skills in the society. So we know that there are several key elements. I will start then with Bia Barbosa, asking, in your opinion, Bia, how can it be measured, meaningful access, and what are the policy issues or the key elements with regard to achieving a meaningful access? And I will share some slides I have, so you can.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, who is watching us online. Good morning. So first, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Explain that I'm here replacing Raquel Gatto. She's a lawyer and a member of the technical team of NIC.br, the Information and Coordination Center of .br in Brazil, which since 2005 has been responsible for the administrative and operational functions related to the .br domain in Brazil. Raquel was pregnant when this workshop was proposed, and then in November, Luca was born. So unfortunately, she couldn't be here with us, but she and Luca are well in Brazil, and I was given the task of replacing her. From another place of contribution to this debate, which is the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, which I'm one of the 21 members representing the civil society. The Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI, establishes guidelines for the operation of the NIC, which is currently made up of 6 research centers and houses the W3C chapter São Paulo. For us, the debate of the universalization of Internet access is a priority, being one of the main principles for Internet governance and use in Brazil, which govern the work of the Internet Steering Committee. For CGI, Internet access must be universal so that it can be a means of social and human development contribution to the construction of an inclusive, non-discriminatory society and for the benefit of all. However, as you mentioned, and in the description of this workshop itself states, the concept of universal access has evolved over time, and evidence increasingly indicates that access to connectivity is not sufficient on its own. While access to infrastructure is critical, without this access being inclusive, useful, sustainable, and affordable, and linked to human capacity development and relevant content that can make it so, it would not achieve its positive potential. People and institutions from all sector and stakeholder groups should reflect on connectivity in a holistic way that takes into account how people are able to make use of connectivity once they do have access. In other words, for access to the internet to make a meaningful contribution to improving people's life, for strengthening national economies, it has to be approached in another way. But what we are talking about when we use the concept of meaningful access or meaningful connectivity. So I would like to ask you to share a screen. Yeah. And here I will bring in the concept used by the Alliance for the Affordable Internet, who is doing amazing work to make this concept flourish in the world. For the Alliance, these are the 4 pillars of meaningful connectivity. The first one, a 4G-like speed. Understand that a 4G mobile connection is the minimum threshold that can give us the speeds we need for the experience we want. A4AI's analysis shows that we need an investment today of $428 billion globally to achieve universal access to 4G equivalent quality by 2030, which means downloads at a minimum of 10 Mbps, around 75% of the total investment cost to close the connective gap by 2030 corresponds to the investment needed in 25 top countries. And I would mention just some of them, like India, China, Brazil as well, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nigeria, Mexico, Ethiopia, where we are, Tanzania, Egypt, Democratic Republic of Congo, and other ones. Another pillar of meaningful connectivity would be an appropriate device. A4AI remembers us that to experience the full power of the internet, we need the right device for the task at hand. So a smartphone would give us the functionality to create and consume content in a way that basic phones don't. And the portability to use internet anywhere. So ideally, we will have access to a range of device types, but if we have only mobile, it has to be a smartphone. A third pillar of the concept of meaningful connectivity is unlimited broadband connection. Today, data caps prevent people from doing certain online tasks or force them to wait until they can connect to public Wi-Fi, for example. An unlimited broadband connection at home or place of work or stud thus gives us reliable internet access in our daily lives to use the full breadth of the internet potential. However, at the current rate of growth, according to the National Broadband Commission, 75% of the global population should have access to broadband only by 2025. Several efforts from international organizations have focused on the global to achieve the universal access by 2030. But in Brazil, for example, 90% of the most poor part of our society have only access to the internet through their cell phones, with very limited data packets that last, according to one of recent research at a survey that was organized by a civil society organization, lasts only 21 days a month. And finally, it has to do with the data that I just gave you. A fourth pillar from meaningful connectivity would be the daily use. So connecting occasionally is not enough. Daily access to the internet is the minimum we need. We need to see the real benefits for work, education, and communication. The ITU, however, consider an internet user someone who has connected at least once in the last 3 months under any conditions. So if you consider this indication, for example, it's incredible, right? If we consider this indication, we would have in Brazil more than 80% of the internet users, more than 80% of the population could be considered users of internet. But this is really not the reality of the country, right? So I think that one of the first challenges that we have related to public policies change these indicators when what we call someone, when we consider someone an internet user. But meaningful connectivity, it's only one facet of what we can call meaningful access. And I'm sorry for the slide to be in Portuguese, but in addition to connection conditions, we need to consider affordability and a socially favorable environment for internet development in use. Affordability needs to consider, for example, the minimum wage of people in each country. In Brazil, for example, the people we can consider to have a significant access, a meaningful access, earn at least 3 times more than the minimum wage. And the other aspect of the meaningful access on a society is the socially favorable environment. But in my country, for example, more than 120,000 students go to schools that don't even have access to electricity, to power. So another aspect that needs to be considered in internet in use is also the inequities of gender, of race, of class, and in many countries, race and ethnicity that impact how citizens take advantage of the internet full potential. So to advance in digital equality, we need to understand not only inequalities in internet access, but get a full understanding of how women, for example, experiences online diverge from men. And a woman-centric policies approach not only requires adequate gender-based data to inform policy, but also the participation and expertise of gender specialists in policies process. Anyway, for the most part of us here, the subject is not new. We have been discussing it for decades, including the IGF, and today we already know what works and what is needed to connect more people and for everyone to enjoy the benefits of the internet. So the problem is to make it happen. What is stopping us to move from policy recommendation to policy implementation? 2 minutes more? Yeah, thank you. You can stop sharing the screen. It's fine. So I just would like to invite you to know the policy network on meaningful access that has been launched last year. It was created in 2021 in the IGF process. It's a policy network that aims to provide in-depth look and why achieving meaningful and universal internet access remains so challenging in spite of years of efforts by policymakers and other actors from all stakeholder groups. I think that we need a multi-stakeholder environment and spaces to really understand why all the knowledge that we have and the path that we need to follow to arrive in public policies that really guarantee this meaningful access or at least meaningful tech connectivity to be implemented. I mean, the multi-stakeholder spaces are very important to guarantee this kind of implementation. In Brazil, for example, in the CGI, we have a multi-stakeholder chamber that's called Chamber of Universalization and Digital Inclusion that is formed by 16 members, 4 from each of the sectors representing the CGI, so the public authorities, companies, academia, and civil society. And one of the debates on the agenda is how to move forward to change access indicator used globally by the ITU and why we are also considering in Brazilian public policies. So we need to change these indicators to show the concrete reality of internet access and use by Brazilians, and we invite you to do the same in other countries. Just to finish, I would like to share with you, because it has to do with the other topics that we're going to debate here today, the Chamber we will also move forward from 2023 on the debate about community networks based on a research that the CGI has just launched. It's called Community Internet Networks in Brazil, Implementation Experience and Challenges for Digital Inclusion. The research highlights that it's possible to foster policies that support implementation models capable of listening to the population served, able to build a connectivity project together with the community. This is the core of community networks, which aim to bring internet access to places with little infrastructure and services to regions where exclusively commercial models are not sustainable. So we invite you to know our research as well and to work in your own countries to build multi-stakeholder spaces to make these policies a reality. Thank you very much, Nicholas.
Thank you so much, Fia. And you mentioned several things that are super important, like the speed of the internet, also about the gender, right? The daily use. So we have seen several things, the cost of the connection, and some examples under this research about the possibilities for community networks. So now we are going for a different topic, but it's all interrelated. So we have Nigel here to talk about multilingualism and some other key aspects that came out with the meaningful access and universal connectivity that is more with the languages that we speak, right? So yes, I am passing the floor to Nigel right now.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I'm just a government official, so don't believe anything I say. But no, I work for the UK government in the Department of Digital Culture, Media and Sport. And thank you so much for inviting me to say a few words this afternoon. I suppose having been in the government for 40 years or whatever, or in and out for 40 years, you know, you pick up a bit of the bit up of the issues, and internet connectivity has been, if you like, a mainstay, an agenda item on the government's priorities for, well, ever since the internet started to become available. I'll start by, you know, just telling you a story how important, or no, sorry, how, you know, the situation we've reached today is incredible when you consider where we started. When we started adopting the internet in the UK in the early 90s and the late 80s, no one had really heard of what the internet could do. Government officials, ministers were not really interested. I remember one minister, when I tried to get him to go to a conference, this was at the time when some of the internet companies were just about starting, and he could have met some important people at the time. And he said, well, you know, surely the internet is a bit like skateboarding. And I said, like skateboarding? I don't think the internet is like skateboarding. He said, yes, dear boy, it's like skateboarding. It will go out of fashion soon. Well, that's interesting, because skateboarding probably hasn't gone out of fashion either, but certainly the internet hasn't either. And I suppose in those early years, we were filled with optimism. In the early 90s, you know, the internet could do no wrong. I mean, true, not that many people were connected to it, and we were rolling out programs for schools, we were putting computers into village halls, we were going around the country telling local authorities to put some of their services online and to provide connectivity, and, you know, it was an exciting time. And I suppose then we thought, well, you know, inevitably technology will allow all the world to come online. Now, I mean, we weren't that naive in that, obviously, you know, in developing countries, you know, without electricity, etc., you know, there were obviously challenges then as there's challenges now. But I think we thought in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, we would have solved these problems. You know, we would have had more of the world's population online. But we still have challenges, as has been outlined. And, you know, in terms of the meaningful connectivity that you rightly exposed or rightly spoke about, there are incredible challenges. And I suppose to us in government, and I was talking at a session this morning, and I reflected on some of the messages from the UK IGF, from our own UK IGF. And it's very funny because we were talking about the digital divide. And I mean, you might think, well, those people in UK and Europe, why are they talking about the digital divide? It's okay for them. They haven't got a digital divide. But we have. I mean, it's true that in terms of connectivity, most people, not everyone, if you live on top of a mountain in Scotland or something, there are some areas still that haven't got connectivity. But by and large, if you want connectivity, you can have it in the UK, whether it's mobile or broadband or whatever. But 6% of the population, 6% of the population in the UK see no reason to connect to the internet. Now, that is a big number. Now, some of those, like me, getting on a bit and perhaps didn't grow up in the internet generation. I don't think my 96-year-old father really understands the internet, but that's still a large percentage of people that are not online in the UK. And as I say, it's not that they're not online because they can't be connected. It's because they don't see a reason to be online, they're concerned about their data, or they just, are not really attracted to what the internet can offer. Or perhaps, in terms of expense and things like that. Although, I must admit, that's probably not such a factor in the UK, affordability. But we have to address these problems. And I think the concept of meaningful connectivity is so important, because it's no point preaching to people about embracing the information society, embracing the internet, if we give them connections which are not sufficient. And I'm not arguing with your figures, 4G, or I'm not an expert to argue what speed is meaningful or not. But clearly, if we're concerned about meaningful connectivity, as I know that so many governments here in Africa and elsewhere, and the ITU and their Broadband Commission and the Internet Society that does such incredible work. If we're really interested in meaningful connectivity, then we have to ensure that we have the skills, we have the affordability, and the other attributes that are mentioned. I was going to mention just a couple of statistics from the ITU that just came out a week or so ago, and again, perhaps these are just statistics from the ITU that 2.7 million people, roughly 1/3 of the global population, remains unconnected. So 2.7 billion people is just unacceptable, isn't it? Only 60% of women are using the internet in 2022 compared to 69% of men. Again, gender disparity. 3/4 of the global population aged 10 and over now own a mobile phone. So we are getting there in terms of mobile penetration, but there's so much to do. And the youth aged 15 to 24 years are the driving force of connectivity, with 70% of young people worldwide now able to use the internet. 75% of 15 to 24-year-olds. So, there's a mixture of, if you like, hope, but challenges still in this domain. But let me just go on and say a couple of things about multilingualism, because that's perhaps something I understand a bit more in terms of the technical side of things. So I, for my sins, worked for ICANN for a number of years. I left the government, then I came back to the government. I'm not sure why, but anyway, so I worked for ICANN for a number of years, and what really excited me about domain names, and I didn't think actually anything would excite me about domain names really, but what really excited me about domain names was international domain names. It was the ability of people to communicate, to innovate, to do whatever they wanted online in their own languages and in their own scripts. And this, I think, is fundamental to the internet of the future. I mean, it's no point us going back and saying, when the internet was created, why wasn't it multilingual from day one? We're not going to solve that debate. But we now have the opportunity through international domain names, which can be, both in relation to country codes and generic codes, so .com or .eu or .uk or .fr. We can now ensure that we have international domain names. And that is something which I think is really, really positive. And ICANN and the community that feed ICANN, if you like, ought to be congratulated for the work that's gone on. There's many people here in Africa, in India, in China, in Russia and elsewhere that have dedicated so much time to be able to have international domain names in scripts, non-European scripts. So I think that's a really positive point. But and that will continue. And ICANN is going forward in terms of a new application round, possibly in 2024, which will allow other international domain names to come forward. That's the positive side. The negative side, or if you like, one of the challenges, is something we call universal acceptance. And that's the problem, that you might well have a domain name in a different script, but is that domain name accessible? Can you use that domain name to connect to the wider internet? Can you go on to social media? Can you go on to your public services? Can you order taxis? Can you order food? Can you do the things that you would expect to do in London or New York or Frankfurt or Geneva or wherever? Can you do it in your own script? And that is the challenge. And to many of us, I think we feel it's unacceptable that you can't do that, because the technical solutions are there. There are no technical barriers to enabling all the servers and all the different web servers and the resolvers, etc., that make up the architecture of the internet. There's no reason why they can't be adapted, upgraded to ensure that they accept scripts. But of course, there are challenges in everything we do. And the final point of this is it's not just different scripts, it's also longer domain names. So when we had an application round in ICANN in 2012 and over 1,760 applicants for new names, resulting in about 1,580 or whatever it was now of new generic top-level domains. It used to be 22 before 2012. Now it's 1,500. So you can have .bank, you can have .xyz, you can have .sucks, you can have .porn. I'm not saying you want all these things, but and you can have .berlin, and you can have .london, you can have .wales, and you can have .paris, and there's lots and lots of domain names. But what happened, what was found, is that if you made your domain name too long, 6 or 7 characters, so if instead of just having Paris, you had North Paris or, whatever, and some bus companies had their own names, Stagecoach, for instance, they found also that those names were not, if you like, compatible with the technology of the internet. So there's challenges ahead of us, but because of the excellent work that people put in, I'm sure we're going to solve many of these issues. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I want to say, for those of you online, if you have any questions, comments, just drop them in the chat as well. Getting to the last minutes of the meeting, we will open the floor for audience to ask their questions, and also for a survey basically on mentimeter.com. So just get ready and then open Mentimeter, and then we'll be announcing the code where you can input your answers to that question.
Thank you, Joshua. Yes, at the last 10 minutes, we will have a poll in the screen when you will access by your mobile phone. The online and the on-site could access. And it's a beautiful experiment for finish talking with some of the key points. Thank you, Nigel, for your insights. IDN and local content also in their own languages are issues that are very important for connecting the resting people to the internet, because people need to learn English to access the internet sometimes. So, and they need to write in Occidental characters or Latin characters, and they could have their own keyboards with different chart sets. So it's a difficulty for them. It's a reality, and maybe that is one of the main challenges for having the next billion connected to the internet, right? That could be something to work on. But there are other challenges, so we are now facing to others from India, our expert in rural connectivity. Others has been a chair of the ISOC Rural Development Special Interest Group. You know that the Internet Society is changing every year the special interest group based on the community feedback, and this the rural development is one that the special interest group that didn't exist anymore, but others has participated several years in developing different things for the rural community. So others, you have like 10 minutes to comment on what are the challenges for the specific rural communities, how to work with them, and also about education or connectivity. So the floor is yours, Adarsh.
Sure. Hi everyone, Adarsh here from India. Thank you, Nicholas, for introducing me. So it was a great pleasure to share my experience, what all that we have faced with respect to the rural sector. So it is a lot of difference based upon the statistics that I've shared from our colleagues. So it is with respect to the ITU statistics, most of the what the billion numbers that we will see. So unconnected ones or the digital divides, most of them from the rural areas. So which is like an completely and remote access with an zero access. So it is like a lot of challenges will be there. So the differs with respect to the urban and the rural sectors. So as we are I'm seeing it, one is the major challenge with respect to the I would like to go through what are all the different kind of challenges, the major challenges are there, and what could be the advantages can bring in, and what are the with respect to the sustainable policies we can bring in, so that makes each and everyone as the rights to access the internet as in a meaningful way. So internet access an affordability is the major one concern. So it is in cost of service and the devices. So when we discuss it much more in the rural sectors, rural areas, the lack of access points and the quality and even the speed of the network is also plays major role. So a lot of internet services are there. The speed will also comes into picture, even due to the in cities in rural areas, due to the natural calamities and the weather conditions. The speed, there could be a chances, possibilities of the internet, the speed goes down. So this is a lot of challenges even they have faced, and even the second thing is with respect to the digital skills. So once they have an access, certain limitations may come in, and such as a digital skill, language barrier, and even the information overload, and even as well as an impacting the way for them to extend those with access to the use of the internet. So third thing is missing local content. So everyone, the rural areas, when we mention about, so not everyone know about the language, with regard to especially the English. So much more everyone is familiar with their local languages. If you choose a country like in India, there will be multiple local languages will be there. So each and every areas with respect to the rural areas. So the local languages, they're not aware about an English, and they're not aware about even much more other languages. They face completely as an internet to access it. So completely as the barrier for them. So they can't access that other than the local language. So that also one of the major barrier for them, missing the local content. So that is much more, which is important. So the fourth thing which comes up in my mind is with respect to the restricted access and use. So this is very much interesting, lot of differ from the urban and the rural sector. So young people, especially the youth, so the community and the family context, when we look into it, determines, for example, if the rural woman wants to participate in the access of the internet and wants to buy the smartphone, they feel the family members, or they are not agree, because they won't feel that safe. So it is an extent of an optimal use of their ability to address the challenge, and many, especially teens and young women, describe that with respect to the accessing these devices, there's not an untrustable one. So they can't access the internet without the device and all. So this is a restricted access. That is the one more major concern with respect to the rural aspects, and the safety and the privacy concerns. So safety and privacy, when we look into it, limited internet use. So participants are aware of the dangers which was found in online, and the rumors that is in fake news, and even such as scamming, either through the duplication of the personal data. So these are the things when they are into it. So the rural is the first one just to get scared. So with respect to the safety concerns and with respect to the privacy concerns. So that's one more point. So which is keeping them which is far away from the access of the internet. So In addition to all this, so there are a lot of things bringing the internet to each and every rural area. There are a lot of benefits could be bring in. So that could, one among it could be like the business. So restricting the business that are like restricted to a rural area can eventually expand to the business into the in the market outside the limitation. So that helps with respect to the digitalization. So and even helping the speed internet being easy for them to health and as well as for the education as well. So the internet became as like similar to like a textbook. So without how the textbooks without the textbooks in a school, how the education won't run. In the same way, internet has to be. It's like a rights for everyone to access it and to learn it and to make use of it. So this is what with an high-speed internet access is required. And libraries in rurals are like lately supported by broadband internet and frequently undergoes like an reassurance and with respect to the public interest and the involvement. So, and also there are like a lot of recommendations we can keep up with respect to the which while keeping in the rural in mind. So one is like an infrastructure. So infrastructure always have a room for the improvement. So we need to focus on the expanding the speed and of the internet and extending the network throughout the areas that are like still undeserved. So and also the public awareness is very, very important with respect to the rural. So because the local people won't have an idea how to verify the fake news, how to like and trust the things. So the awareness is much more important regarding the significance of the internet usage and how to make use of the maximum out of the high-speed internet and the communities, especially particularly. So prices and the package also we have to keep in mind being offered to a rural area, especially that to be affordable. Some people who think they can go without it, like and without it, and at least get familiar with the eventually taking the benefits around it. So if we look into the some of the like in recommendations with respect to the policymakers, we need to engage the rural communities much more. So we need to understand. So in the discussions, how many the rural communities are present. So this is with respect to the governance, with respect to the technology, with respect to the even like a multi-stakeholderism when we consider. So we need to keep in mind that even the rural also plays a major role. So we need to engage the rural communities in the broadband policy agenda as a part of an agenda. And also we have to embed the meaningful connectivity as a part, and also we have to leverage the public access solutions. So which is very much important. We need to consider. I hope this is like I would like to share. Yeah, over to you, Nicholas. Thank you, everyone.
Now we are going to Nicolas Echanis from Altermundi. He told me that he was in an urgency, but hoping that you can join. You are there, excellent. So Nicolas Echanis is a part of Altermundi, a non-profit organization in measuring the different community networks and with some key points on how to advance on these alternative solutions for marketing, for connectivity models. So, Nicolas, I see you there. Beautiful day also in Argentina. And well, please tell us a little about the community networks and your challenges. The floor is yours.
Some things that I think we need to address. One of them that I think is important is that when we mention meaningful connectivity can be considered when we have 4G connection as a minimum. I think this is tricky, and I actually think it's dangerous, to use this as a measure. Because 4G Connect, I mean, we should say 10 megabit per second download, and maybe also 10 megabit upload. We never talk about upload speeds, and that's one of the biggest problems with mobile connectivity for 4G or any other alternative. But it's not just that. We all know that, for example, in Latin America, mobile connectivity is always limited in very strange and artificial manners. Like, for example, if you buy, I don't know, 5 gigabytes of traffic, they expire. No, like as if, for example, you were to buy food, and you get the food to your home, and then if you don't eat your food, then the supermarket comes and takes the food from your refrigerator because it's not valid for you to consume anymore. And that's what happens with mobile connectivity mostly in Latin America. And it's also limited to outside connectivity. People in their homes, in rural areas, usually have little to no connectivity. So it really doesn't make sense to speak about meaningful connectivity and talk about 4G as a measure. That considering that, there is also the problem of, if we won't consider mobile as the base, then what we must consider is regular broadband connectivity. And in rural areas, it's really very difficult to get mobile and broadband connectivity to the houses. And this is already expressed by the GSMA report, stating that if they cannot secure at least 5,000 clients, they cannot deploy their networks because it's not affordable, it's not feasible. And so that leaves us with, I think, mostly 2 or 3 options. One of them is small providers. It's very usually a family business, family-run business. And these are usually services that are lacking in quality and expensive in price. And this brings the need for the state to help out. And in some countries, for example, in Argentina, we have a big network, a big backbone network provided by the country, by the state, the ARSAT network. And this network has more than 30,000 kilometers of fiber all over the country. But the state cannot provide connectivity to the houses. They usually bring connectivity to the border of our villages. And then it requires providers to get to the fiber node with fiber. So this creates a new problem where providers in small areas are usually working with wireless technology, and they are asked by the government carrier to deploy 100, 200, or 1 kilometer of fiber network. And this is usually impossible for them or very difficult. And so what we think is that we need to work together, community networks with the state and with small providers. Community networks have the opportunity to work together for a better service at a lower price, and they can usually find the means to get to interconnect to those fiber backbones. For example, here in our own town in Quintana, we have a neighboring village that is called Los Molinos, where we have a fiber node. And this fiber node has been here installed by the government for over a year, and no provider had connected to the node. And not only had no provider connected to it, but the node itself is placed on a public school, and the public school has no internet connection. The internet connection for the school is brought by the community network, not by the state network, which is located there. So what we're working on right now is to create a small IXP, a small internet exchange point, that will be administered by the community networks in our area, but it will be accessible also for small providers, for cooperative providers, and for small village state-owned providers, so they can get to a central tower here in the IXP and then interconnect to the state fiber easily. And what we think is that this should be adopted in all the region. And in Argentina in particular, in Cordoba where we are, we have not only a national state-owned network, but also a state-owned network of the province. And we are working on developing such IXPs that can interconnect to this network for the benefit of all the small providers. And the benefit of all the small providers is what actually will benefit the people in these regions. The other thing that I think is very, very important is to get enough funds for the community networks. And also here in Argentina, we were able to create a program called the Roberto Arias program, which, as far as I know, is the first program from a government that is dedicated to funding only community networks with money from the Universal Service Fund. And this is, I think, another initiative that would be very interesting to be adopted in other regions. I'm sorry for my complicated participation. This helped it to the panel, and I am open to questions later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nico. Really helpful. And you also mentioned very interesting key points like, or challenges, for example, the role of the IXPs in connecting with the networks themselves. For example, to have these small internet service providers that could be also cooperative. So you mentioned these alternative things that could be very, very helpful to connect the ones that are very isolated and in small groups, right? It's not the same if you have a big population of people in the rural area as having a small population, like maybe 30 houses there that are isolated in some place. So you really, the government or the internet service providers are not getting in there. So you will need to find a very, very good thing you mentioned about having this node there, but no service provider connecting to the node. So at the end is a problematic of profitability for the internet service providers or for the governments, and we need to find, or the communities need to find alternative models to connect, so creating these cooperatives or kind of things. So now we following, I will, yes, for all the online and the on-site attendance, if you have your mobile phone at hand, you can go to menti.com and enter the following code I will share with you. That is 58432996, and my online moderator also, Joshua, is putting in the chat. I will share the screen, and then I will give the floor to Joshua to mention some of the questions we have in the chat and open the floor also to the audience and our speakers to respond to the questions while we are seeing the Mentimeter in the screen. So Joshua, the floor.
Yes, we have two questions in the chat from the same person, Sergey Romanov. He says, first, many countries are faced with a lack of devices. Just give me a few seconds. Yeah, so many countries are faced with a lack of devices, weak infrastructure, low levels of digital literacy and digital skills. What steps should be taken to tackle these issues? And as a follow-up to that question, he's asking, what is the role of the youth in solving issues in this regard?
Yes, I think this is a question for others that is more related with the digital skills, and then I will answer the part of the youth. So others, go ahead.
Sure. So thanks for this question. So what are the key elements that constitute universal and meaningful internet access, and what are the challenges to face? So the key elements is like, first thing is like with having an and with respect to the thing the internet access with the speed access. So the first thing is like having an access, without an access, having a digital skill, having an the local content or as the training or as whatever that will provide is of all no use. So first thing we need and we must provide an internet access with an infrastructure. So and second thing is like not only providing an infrastructure, how to sustain it for the longer term. So it has to go on. So and the second, with an addition to the second step, we need to provide the digital skill for the local, especially keeping in the mind of in rural, which is completely blind about the internet, what the internet is, and that is what we want to give the digital skill, and we want to give the awareness skill with respect to the how to make use of the things and all. So, and the question I have gadgets. So this is very, very important. So they have like a lot of rural areas and all we have seen. So, so there is an internet infrastructure, internet available, but they don't have the devices. So most of the youth, especially in the rural, so consider me around 60-70% of you don't use the mobile phones. So they are completely out of the the electronic devices. Even forget about the computer or laptops. Even the basic gadgets like a mobile phone, they don't have at all. So that is the major important thing. How can we because we have infrastructure, we have an internet, and without the gadget, how can they access the internet? So even if we have a local content data, so how they can go with and accessing the internet. These are the different kind of challenges they have that we need to look into it and access. We need to resolve the things. Yeah, I hope I have answered. Yeah.
I think that something important is to say that the youth, for example, when they are learning, they are the most active users we have seen in the internet, so they are the most affected also, but they are the ones with the solution. Sometimes they can have this leadership in have these leaderships like in the communities, and they can talk with the main people in these rural areas, for example, and tell them, okay, we can form a cooperative, we can find a better ways, or a digital education program, or maybe an app for the children. So there are many things that the youth have the skills to start doing and helping all the community, and I think that is a good way to go to forward into the next video, right? I don't know if the panelists have some reflections on these topics, on if you disagree with yourself. So now is the time.
Thank you. I just would like to briefly comment on one of the topics that the other speakers mentioned. The things about the multilingualism, I think that is inclusive beyond the internet, because if you look what is going on in this IGF, for example, we have to speak English to be part of the discussion, to the debate, and this excludes already the most part of people that, of course, doesn't speak English, but it's excluded. They are already excluded. A part of our society that doesn't have access to education, doesn't have access to learn a foreign language, and including for us from Latin America, it's not obvious to speak in English. And then if we consider the IGF a very important space for debate and build another perspective from the multi-stakeholder internet governance, and if we start excluding the people that don't speak English or don't speak other global languages, if I can put this way, which I don't like, we are not solving the problem. We are deepening the inequality, right? So what about Nico mentioned? Nice to see you again, Nico. It's been a while. We don't met each other, but I think it's super. I totally agree with him how tricky it is to use the idea of 4G and mobile connection as a baseline for meaningful connectivity. But so if we would put a higher standard on this, it would show how far we are further from the perspective of a really meaningful access to the most part of the population, right? And what our colleague from India mentioned about engaging the rural community on this agenda, I just would like to share that in Brazil, for example, we had for the first time women representative from the rural workers as a member of the Committee on Consumer Rights in the National Telecommunications Agency in Brazil. So it's the first time that we have this opportunity to not only speak for the rural area, but have a real representative from this community in the committee, and it has been very interesting to learn from them and to better know all the challenge that they face. And about the youth role in this process, I totally agree with you, Nicolas, and I think that the Youth Internet Governance Forum process gives us each year many examples on how it's important to really establish a place on the table for the youth, not only to be treated as users or have users of the internet, but also as part of the response that we need to give.
Yes, thank you so much for that answer. And please, if anyone is here and wants to give a comment or question, you are warmly welcome to do so. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Alexandre, I'm from Brazil. I also works with Mrs. Beatriz. It's a youth, isn't it? But I was wondering if the comment that Nago made that, like, I think the British citizens, almost 6%, are not really intending to get connected to the internet. I'd like to hear from you how can we perhaps approach this aspect in a given framework of meaningful access. For instance, we have submitted a proposal to this IGF that would like to bring community perspectives to shape the concept, and it wasn't approved. So, despite they said that it was excellent feedback and so on. But I mean, how can we really make sure that I'm meaningfully connected if I really want to be connected, and for which purposes?
Well, I mean, thank you very much. It's great to see Brazil in force. I won't mention the football. Or was it? I'm not sure whether the football. But I mean, I think there are many reasons that people perhaps do not connect, and I mean, clearly, connectivity at its core is incredibly important. I mean, if you don't have any connectivity, then let's not worry about the affordability of the device. If you can't connect at all. But what I also think we have to take into consideration is people's perception of the value of the internet. Now, when I talk to my daughter about this, she doesn't really understand what I'm talking about, because she said, well, without the internet I couldn't live, she certainly couldn't adopt such a busy schedule perhaps, but social schedules. But I think one of the problems that we face is that we are seeing people that simply do not want to connect anymore because of what they perceive to be either the dominance of certain platforms and you know that they just don't like the way that platforms conduct their business. And you know, I'm not commenting on that, but that in some research we find this. Some people are just petrified about their data being stolen, and I think this applies not so much to perhaps young people who are savvy enough to find ways of not doing this, but to you know, to people of the older generation. They're told of the scams, they're told of phishing, they read in their daily newspapers about all these sites that you shouldn't, you know, if you're approached by your bank, you should tell them to go away. If you're approached by the tax office, it's not going to be the tax office. If you're approached by your retail supermarket, it's not the supermarket. And you know, this means that people sort of, you know, shy away. Now, during the pandemic, I mean, we saw a bit of the opposite effect, that people were coming onto the internet because of, you know, they wanted the services, you know, which they couldn't go outside for. But so I think we have to address all these. I'm just waffling on, but we need to address, you know, the fundamental points that have been pointed out today. But we also need to address trust, and that is also fundamental.
Yes, we are closing the session. Thank you so much for all your insight. We don't have time for more questions, but I want to mention that from the Youth Coalition, we are going to submit a contribution to the Global Digital Compact, also to the PNMI working group. And just to mention some of the key points of the Global Digital Compact roadmap that are related with this session, like achieving universal affordable connectivity by 2030. That is something that will be a good challenge for the following years. And also I can mention the issue of building a more effective architecture for digital cooperation, and this issue of strengthening the digital capacity building that is related also with the digital skills needed to be part of the internet or a digital citizen. And also in the way of ensuring digital inclusion for all. We talk about multilingualism, including the most vulnerable or the ones that don't know English actually. So that are some key points that are interrelated from the Global Digital Compact with these topics we were talking today. So thank you so much for the audience, and a good applause. Thank you all.